Chapter 1. In the dark and damp mine tunnel, Lu Yi carried a mining basket on his back and a pickaxe in his hand as he walked forward step by step. The young man's expression was a little sad. His eyes were focused on the empty space in front of him as if he was staring at something. To outsiders, there was nothing in front of Lu Yi, but in fact, in the young man's vision, he could see a translucent shadow. It was like the shadow of a tree. It was gray and unreal, with lush branches and leaves. The branches split from 1/3 of the tree to the left and right, supporting a semicircular canopy. It has been more than a year since he came to this world called 9 regions. Lu Yi still hasn't figured out what this thing is. He only knows that when his attention is focused enough, this shadow tree will appear in his field of vision, and no one will notice it at all. What a sad life. The young man sighed. A year ago, he suddenly woke up in this strange world. Before he could familiarize himself with the environment, the force he was in was attacked by a group of bandits. Many people were killed. He and some other young men and women became captives of the bandits. Then they were sent to this mine and became lowly miner slaves. Afterward, he learned from the scattered conversations of others that the force he was in belonged to the Haotian Alliance, a sect called the Black Heaven Sect. The sect's name sounded cool and domineering, but it was actually just a small sect. The one who attacked the Black Heaven Sect was the Evil Moon Valley under the Myriad Demons Ridge. The Haotian Alliance and the Myriad Demons Ridge were the 2 major camp organizations in this world. Both were formed by the union of countless large and small forces. They fought against each other with the intention of completely destroying each other. It was said that this had been going on for hundreds of years. In Lu Ye's view, such a battle was simply a confrontation between the lawful camp and the evil camp. He was just accidentally involved in such a confrontation. Over the years, the flames of war had been raging in the 9 states. Every year, small forces like the Black Heaven Sect would be uprooted, but soon more forces would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain and occupy various territories, making the situation even more chaotic. So be it. Lu Yi comforted himself. Compared to those who were killed, at least he was still alive. Being able to survive was not because he had any special skills, but because the Evil Moon Valley needed some handymen to do their jobs. A young man like Lu Yi, who had no cultivation, was undoubtedly the best choice. In fact, the mine slaves in this vein were not only from the Black Heaven Sect, but also from other small clans and sections. The Evil Moon Valley was not weak. Over the years, it had conquered a lot of territories. Naturally, the original forces in these territories had been destroyed. Some of the available forces were sent to various places by the Evil Moon Valley. These people all had one thing in common, which was that they had not yet been enlightened and had no cultivation, so they were easy to control. In the 9 regions, there was a saying that it was difficult for demons to transform if they didn't open their apertures, and it was difficult for humans to cultivate if they didn't open their apertures. If you want to cultivate, you need to open your spiritual cavities. Only by opening your spiritual cavities can you be qualified to cultivate. Opening spiritual cavities was not a simple matter. Among ordinary people, only around 1 in 100 would be able to open their spiritual cavities after going through systematic training. If one came from a cultivation clan or sect and had the guidance of an elder, the chances would be higher. Lu Yi had not been able to open his spiritual cavities, so he could only make a living by mining in this dim mine tunnel. However, it was not that there was no way out for the mine slaves. If they could successfully open their spiritual cavities and find the person in charge to report, they would have the opportunity to participate in an assessment. If they passed the assessment, they could become a disciple of the Evil Moon Valley. However, there were very few mine slaves who could open their spiritual cavities. In this dim environment, they worked all day and did not even have enough to eat. How could they open their spiritual cavities? Therefore, basically 99% of the mine slaves had already accepted their fate. They worked hard every day just to have a full meal. Lu Yi had no sense of belonging to the Black Heaven Sect. After all, the Black Heaven sect had been destroyed when he had just arrived in this world. He did not know anyone in the sect. He also did not want to become a disciple of the evil Moon Valley. This was not a decent force. Just by hearing the name, it gave people a sense of evil. Sooner or later it would be over. However, he could not stay here as a mind slave for the rest of his life. That would be inappropriate. After all, he was an elite of the new era. If he did not have a dream, he would be no different from a salted fish. Therefore, he had been working hard to open his spiritual cavities for the past year. He originally thought that only he could see the shadow tree, which could provide him with some wonderful help. However, until now, the shadow tree was still just a shadow. Not only did it not help him, but it also sometimes affected his vision. Lu Yi seriously doubted that there was something wrong with his eyes. After turning a corner, a faint light appeared in the distance. It was one of the exits of the mine tunnel. Today's harvest was good. If he turned in the ore in the mining basket, he should be able to get 3 contribution points. Including the points he had accumulated in the past few days, he had about 12 points. If he used 2 points to exchange for 2 steamed buns, the remaining 10 points would be just enough to exchange for a chi and blood pill. The chi and blood pill was a very low-level pill. It was not an aid to open the spiritual cavities. However, to open the spiritual cavities, one must have abundant chi and blood. Although the chi and blood pill was low-level, it was suitable for people like Lu Yi, who had not opened his spiritual cavities. The reason why Evil Moon Valley was willing to give out the chi and blood pill was not because they were kind-hearted. It was because they were well-versed in the ways of the human heart. The cheapest and low-level pill could motivate people with hope to mine harder. For example, Lu Yi was very hardworking every day. When he was about 300 feet away from the exit of the mine tunnel, Lu Ye's eyes inadvertently glanced at a corner on the left in front of him. There was a huge rock there. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. When he was about 10 feet away, he put down the mining basket on his back and tightened his grip on the pickaxe in his hand. Then he took out a medium-sized rock from the basket and weighed it in his hand. The next moment, he ran toward the huge rock. When he was close to the rock, he slid sideways and stepped on the rock wall of the mine tunnel. His whole body swooped down behind the huge rock like a vigorous cheetah with the help of the rebound force. 2 figures were half-squatting behind the huge rock, using the rock as cover. They did not expect that someone would discover them. When they heard the movement and saw Lu Yi, it was too late to get up. Under the horrified gaze of the 2 men, Lu Yi raised his hand and threw the ore in his hand. It hit the bridge of one of the men's nose. The man immediately screamed and fell to the ground on his back, blood flowing from his face. Lu Yi threw the pickaxe in his other hand again, but he did not hit the second man. The man's reaction was good, and he tilted his head to avoid it. However, Lu Yi had already rushed in front of him and kicked him in the lower abdomen. The man's face was filled with pain. He fell to his knees and vomited a mouthful of acid. Lu Yi stepped forward and grabbed the man's hair with one hand. When he saw the man's face, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. It's you 2 brothers. He knew these 2 men. They were disciples of the Lu clan. After the Lu clan's territory was captured by Evil Moon Valley, some of the younger disciples of the Lu clan were sent here to serve as mining slaves. Strictly speaking, Lu Yi and the Lu clan's brothers were in the same boat. Didn't I tell you not to let me see you again? Otherwise, I'll kill you. As Lu Yi spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it down. This hit was not light. The second brother of the Lu clan only grunted and was directly knocked out. Lu Yi walked towards the eldest brother Lu, who was injured by him before. Big Boss Lu's forehead was bruised and his vision was blurred by blood. He could vaguely see Lu Yi walking toward him. He was so scared that he scrambled to crawl. Spare us! We didn't know it was you. We thought it was someone else. Spare us! The Lu clan's brothers sneakily ambushed in front of the mine's exit. Naturally, they did not have good intentions. Before these 2 were caught, they were both pampered people. Even if they became mining slaves, they were not willing to suffer. However, mining slaves were lowly. The people of Evil Moon Valley did not treat mining slaves as human beings. If they did not have or to exchange for contribution points, they could not exchange it for food. Therefore, the two brothers often squatted in front of the mine's exit and robbed the lone mining slaves. Many people were unlucky because of this. Not only were the ores that they worked hard to mine robbed, but they were also beaten half to death. The last time they wanted to rob Lu Yi, they were no match for him and were taught a lesson. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, they met the two brothers again. The same rice could feed 100 different kinds of people. Among the mining slaves, there were lazy people like the Lu clan's brothers and people with dreams like Lu Yi. Over the past year, the contribution points that Lu Yi exchanged from the ore, in addition to ensuring his daily food and clothing, were all exchanged for vitality pills. In total, he had taken no less than 30 vitality pills. This made Lu Ye's physique stronger than most of the mining slaves. Although his body was not strong, the strength contained in his body was better than that of ordinary people. Dealing with two lazy mining slaves was naturally a piece of cake. Boss Lu was still begging for mercy, but Lu Yi just pretended not to hear. He grabbed his hair, raised the stone in his other hand, and smashed it down. In more than a year of working as a mining slave, Lu Yi had seen too many tragedies and had long understood that in this man-eat-man world, any mercy and sympathy were useless. The mining slaves were not harmonious. Mining slaves from different forces were destined to be unable to unite. For a piece of good ore, the mining slaves often fought until their heads bled. People died in the mine every day. Every time you walked a distance, you could see a skeleton scattered on the ground. Many mining slaves starved to death because they were robbed. Boss Lu fell to the ground. Lu Yi picked up his pickaxe, put the mining basket on his back again, and stepped toward the exit. He did not kill the Lu clan's brothers, not because he was soft-hearted, but because injured mining slaves generally did not live long here. He had only taken a few steps when a person suddenly rushed in from the exit in a panic. "Get out of my way!" The man shouted in a low voice and slapped Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi felt a chill all over his body because he saw a light blue light flowing through the palm of the other party. That was the light of spiritual power. In other words, the one who attacked him was a cultivator. Only by opening the spiritual cavities can one be qualified to cultivate, and only then can one be qualified to be called a cultivator. A cultivator's spiritual energy was an extremely mystical power. Lu Yi once saw a cultivator from the Evil Moon Valley make a move. Although it wasn't too powerful, that person only needed to lightly slap his palm to shatter a piece of ore. It was because of this mystical scene that Lu Yi made up his mind to open his spiritual cavities and become a cultivator. He also secretly estimated that even the cultivator with the lowest cultivation in the Evil Moon Valley could easily beat 10 of him. So when he realized that the one who attacked him was a cultivator, Lu Yi knew that he was in big trouble. At the critical moment of life and death, he stopped abruptly and jumped back. His chest was numb, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Lu Yi flew backward and fell to the ground. The severe pain made his mind clear a lot. After realizing that he was still alive, he immediately got up. "Hey!" The cultivator who attacked was a little surprised. Although he did not use his full strength and just casually slapped, it should not be something that the slave miner could withstand. With the help of the dim light, he saw the face of the slave miner and blurted out, "Lu Yi!" At this moment, Lu Yi had already turned around to escape. After hearing the voice, he was stunned. Manager Yang? This cultivator, surnamed Yang, was a small manager in the mine. Lu Yi often dealt with him because the qi and blood pills were exchanged from him, so they were quite familiar with each other. Manager Yang was very optimistic about Lu Yi. After all, a slave miner who could endure hardships like him was rare. However, although he was optimistic about him, he did not give him any special treatment. As long as he did not open his spiritual cavities, there was an insurmountable gap between a mortal like Lu Yi and a cultivator. After recognizing Lu Yi, Manager Yang was relieved that he did not kill him with one palm. Lu Yi had exchanged a lot of qi and blood pills from him in the past year, so his physical fitness was stronger than that of an ordinary slave miner. In addition, he just casually hit him and did not deliberately kill him, so it was not surprising that he could survive. Opposite Manager Yang, Lu Ye's heart was beating like a drum. The cultivators of Evil Moon Valley generally did not care about the life and death of slave miners. They also knew that slave miners often fought in the mineral vein, so they basically ignored them unless they ran into them. Lu Yi had just beaten the Lu brothers until their heads were bleeding and they fainted on the ground. When he turned around, Manager Yang slapped him. In Lu Ye's view, this was clearly Manager Yang teaching him a lesson. However, he soon felt that something was wrong because when Manager Yang rushed in, he looked panicked and did not look like he was standing up for the Lu brothers. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, Manager Yang showed a look of surprise, as if it was a good thing to meet Lu Yi here. He rushed forward and grabbed Lu Ye's shoulder. "Follow me." Chapter 2. Lu Yi suddenly felt a strong force pulling him, and his body involuntarily moved forward. Enduring the pain in his chest, he asked, "Manager Yang, where are we going?" "Cut the crap," Manager Yang said fiercely. After taking a few steps, he looked at the mining basket behind Lu Yi and said, "Throw it away." Lu Yi did not dare to disobey. He untied the mining basket and threw it on the ground, but he did not throw away the pickaxe. Manager Yang only glanced at it and did not say anything. As they walked deeper, the light behind them became farther and farther away. The depths of the mine were very dark. Only the torches every few dozen feet provided a bit of light. Moreover, the entire mine was crisscrossed and the terrain was very complicated. Not every mine was lit by torches. Most of the mine tunnels were shrouded in darkness all year round, and no one knew where those tunnels led to. Therefore, mining here, if one did not follow the traces of the torches, it was easy to get lost. Once the slave miners with mortal bodies lost their way in such a place, one could imagine what would happen to them. According to the slave miners, the tunnels that were lit by torches were the open tunnels, and those that were shrouded in darkness were the secret tunnels. Often, there would be instances where the torches burned out and the open tunnels turned dark. The slave miners would lose their way and starve to death. As Manager Yang moved forward, Lu Yi discovered a very strange thing. Manager Yang would occasionally turn his head back to look at him with a nervous expression. It was as if there was some danger behind him. Manager Yang's behavior made him nervous as well. "Lu Yi, have you mastered some secret tunnels?" Manager Yang suddenly asked. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded. There was no point in denying this in front of Manager Yang. In fact, Lu Yi was not the only one who mastered a few secret tunnels. The few powerful slave miners in the mine all had a few secret tunnels. Although the open tunnels were safe, there were not many places to mine. On the other hand, the dangerous secret tunnels could often find some good stuff. It was because of these resource-rich secret tunnels that Lu Yi could reap a full harvest every day. Otherwise, he would not have the extra contribution points to exchange for vitality pills. This was also the reason why Manager Yang brought Lu Yi along after recognizing him. "Manager Yang wants to go to those secret tunnels?" Lu Yi asked. Manager Yang's sudden question about the secret tunnels made him guess. Manager Yang said, "Take me there. Find the most hidden secret tunnel." "All right." Lu Yi nodded in response. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly let out a muffled groan and clutched his chest. The bones in his chest had been slightly displaced from their original position. He had been following Manager Yang all the way and had not been able to rest properly. Now that he had aggravated his injuries, the pain caused him to stop in his tracks. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Manager Yang looked at him with dissatisfaction. After hesitating for a moment, he reached into a cloth bag at his waist and quickly took out a round, soybean-sized medicinal pill. He handed it to Lu Yi and said, "Eat it." Lu Yi took it, but he couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was. In the past year, he had only come into contact with qi and blood pills. The pill in his hand was clearly different from the qi and blood pills. However, at this time, Manager Yang had a use for him, so he probably wouldn't harm him. There was a high probability that this item was used for healing. He stuffed the pill into his mouth and chewed a few times. He immediately regretted it, so much that his intestines turned green because the pill was extremely bitter. "Why are you chewing it? Just swallow it. This is a healing pill," Manager Yang said in annoyance. Sure enough, it was a healing pill. Lu Yi had a bitter look on his face, but he still had to be grateful. "Thank you, Manager Yang. If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and leave." Manager Yang gave him a push. Lu Yi had no choice but to pull himself together and lead the way. Although the pill was extremely bitter, the effect was surprisingly good. Not long after he took it, Lu Yi felt a warm current surging in his lower abdomen. Immediately after, the wound on his chest didn't hurt as much. Instead, it became tingling and itchy. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, good medicine was bitter. Under Lu Ye's lead, the two of them continued to move forward in the crisscrossing mine tunnels. Occasionally, they would encounter some slave miners on their way back, but Manager Yang would kill them with a raise of his hand. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched as he watched, and the suspicion in his heart became clearer. About 2 hours later, the two of them stopped in front of a secret tunnel. Lu Yi already had a torch in his hand, which he had taken from nearby. He said, "Manager Yang, this is the most hidden secret tunnel. After you go in, turn left at the first intersection and the second intersection." Before he could finish speaking, Manager Yang kicked him in. "Lead the way." Lu Ye's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't want to lead the way in front. Judging from Manager Yang's actions along the way, if he really led him to the place, he was afraid that it wouldn't end well. However, his last attempt had failed. Manager Yang obviously didn't intend to go deep into the secret tunnel alone. It was better to have someone like Lu Yi, who was familiar with the terrain, lead the way. Lu Yi had no choice but to continue forward. There were many twists and turns along the way. Even Manager Yang, who was a cultivator, couldn't remember the way back. After more than 2 hours, the tunnel ahead was completely blocked. There was no way forward. Lu Yi inserted the torch into a hidden stake in the rock wall. Manager Yang exhaled and sat on the ground, panting. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Yi. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're really capable. You can even find a place like this." Lu Yi smiled. "I'm just lucky." Manager Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yi said, "Manager Yang, I'll go back first." Manager Yang lifted his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "Lu Yi, you're a smart person. Smart people should do smart things." As he spoke, he stood up and strolled towards Lu Yi, the flickering light of the fire illuminating his shadow like a dancing ghost. Lu Yi was flustered. "What do you mean?" Manager Yang sighed. "I don't mind telling you the truth. The people from the Haotian Alliance are here. I'm afraid we can't keep this mine for the time being. I'm here to avoid disaster. Although I'm grateful that you brought me here, I can't let you go back." Lu Yi retreated step by step. He thought to himself, as expected. When he saw Manager Yang killing those slave miners, he already had some guesses. Manager Yang was afraid that the news of him entering the tunnel would be leaked. Naturally, he wanted to kill everyone who saw him. The reason why he was surprised to see Lu Yi at the exit of the tunnel was because he knew Lu Yi could bring him to a hidden place to hide. If he hid in such a place, even if the people from the Haotian Alliance occupied the mine, they wouldn't be able to find him easily. There was a high chance that he could escape from disaster. Lu Yi was aware of his situation, hence he wanted to escape. However, Manager Yang wouldn't let him go. So how could he leave? "I'll stay with you then." "I'm not leaving." Lu Ye's back was pressed against the rock wall. He had nowhere to retreat. Manager Yang paused and seemed to be thinking seriously. However, he soon shook his head and said, I didn't bring much food. I don't know how long I'll have to hide here. Although the Hautian Alliance won't stay here for long. They'll have 1 to 2 months. You'll starve to death in such a long time. How can you accompany me? So, as a thank you, I'll send you on your way. They were only 10 meters apart. As soon as Manager Yang finished speaking, he slapped Lu Yi with his palm. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary person like Lu Yi. However, he never expected Lu Yi to charge at him with a pickaxe the moment he made his move. The pickaxe was going to hit his head hard. Manager Yang was surprised by Lu Yi's ruthlessness and decisiveness. But that was it, however. What happened next made him scared out of his wits. He suddenly realized that the spiritual power in his spiritual cavities was circulating in an obscure way. It was as if there was an indescribable power that confined his spiritual power. He could only use an insignificant amount. Manager Yang didn't have time to retreat when the pickaxe came at him. He could only block Lu Yi's attack with his palm. With a cracking sound, the pickaxe hit Manager Yang's arm and broke it. Manager Yang couldn't help but scream and retreat. Lu Yi's anxious heart was relieved when he succeeded. It seemed like the rumors he heard before were true. There was still a way to survive. Lu Yi didn't show any mercy and kept pressing forward with the pickaxe in his hand, beating Manager Yang to the point where he couldn't fight back. Although Manager Yang was a cultivator of Evil Moon Valley, his cultivation level wasn't high, so he was given the job of managing the mine. He rarely fought with others in his life. When dealing with mine slaves, he relied on his cultivation level to casually crush them. However, after his cultivation was greatly suppressed, his strength was limited compared to ordinary mortals. Encountering a vicious and merciless person like Lu Yi, he was immediately beaten dizzy. While dodging Lu Yi's fierce attacks, he reached into the cloth bag at his waist and raised his hand. A cold light flashed. Lu Yi was startled and hurriedly stopped himself, blocking with his pickaxe. The cold light cut the tip of the pickaxe, cutting the iron pickaxe in half. Lu Yi looked at Manager Yang's hand and found that he had grabbed a long sword at some unknown time. It was the sword he took out from the cloth bag at his waist. Manager Yang waved the sword in his hand fiercely, intimidating Lu Yi so that he didn't dare to move forward. The situation was in a deadlock. In the deepest part of the mine, a mortal and a cultivator confronted each other. The former's face was cold and resolute, while the latter looked embarrassed. The severe pain made his expression twist. Magnetic force field. Manager Yang gritted his teeth and shouted. In a short moment, he had figured out why his spiritual power was imprisoned. There was a large amount of magnetic ore here. Magnetic ore was a very rare mineral. In terms of preciousness, magnetic ore was second to none in this vein. This type of ore was very useful to some cultivators. However, magnetic ore had a special characteristic, which was that it would release an invisible force field. This force field would restrict the flow of all spiritual power within the range. Once a cultivator was in this force field, their strength would be greatly reduced. Manager Yang's cultivation level was limited, so when he was shrouded by the magnetic force field, his spiritual power was almost completely sealed. He was reduced from a high and mighty cultivator to an ordinary mortal. He suddenly remembered that in the past year, Lu Yi had occasionally mined some magnetic ore, but others had also mined it. It was just that the amount was not much, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, this mine contained all kinds of minerals. But now it seemed that Lu Yi had always had a large amount of magnetic ore in his hands, but he didn't mine it wantonly to exchange it for contribution points. He only mined a few pieces occasionally to avoid being coveted by others. He was really scheming. You schemed against me? Manager Yang was about to go crazy. At this time, how could he not understand that Lu Yi had deliberately brought him here? The mortal, who he thought was in control of his life, had actually bared his fangs at him. Manager Yang was furious, but now one of his arms was smashed and his body was injured. In this environment where he couldn't use his cultivation, he was really no match for Lu Yi. So he made a prompt decision to turn around and run. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi had a bad feeling. He only knew a little about the magnetic field. When he first handed over the magnetic, or he had heard the cultivators in Evil Moon Valley talk about the characteristics of this, so he paid attention to it. When he saw Manager Yang killing the slave miners he encountered along the way, he knew that this trip boded ill rather than well. That was why he brought Manager Yang here. Before he smashed Manager Yang's arm, he was not sure whether the magnetic field here could restrict Manager Yang's strength. Fortunately, the heavens helped the worthy. The origin magnetic field had indeed bound Manager Yang's hands and feet. However, the range of the origin magnetic field was limited. Once Manager Yang escaped the range of the force field, he would be dead for sure. He couldn't let Manager Yang escape. Lu Ye's heart was ruthless. He bent down to pick up a fist-sized stone and threw it at Manager Yang. Manager Yang, who was running away in a sorry state, didn't expect Lu Yi to have such a trick up his sleeve. He was hit in the back of his head and staggered to the ground. Before he could get up, the whistling sound of the wind had already reached his ears. Manager Yang hurriedly turned over and saw Lu Yi rushing in front of him, swinging the remaining half of the pickaxe in his hand. There was no way to dodge this. Between life and death, Manager Yang shouted, "Let's die together!" He stabbed the long sword in his hand. The next moment, his head was smashed by the pickaxe. Lu Yi was still worried and smashed a few more times. Looking at the twitching figure in front of him, he was sure that the other party wouldn't survive. An intense pain came from his thigh. He looked down and saw a long sword stabbed into his leg. It was the sword in Manager Yang's hand. He didn't know when he was stabbed. He didn't feel it at all just now. Throwing down the pickaxe in his hand, Lu Yi sat on the ground and gasped for breath, enjoying the beauty of life. Chapter 3. Lu Yi did not rest for long. There was still a sword in his leg, and intense pain stimulated his nerves. Moreover, the position of the injury was not good. If it was a vital part, it would be over. Therefore, after a moment of panting, he began to check his injuries. He raised his hand and tore off the clothes on the wound. After carefully confirming it, his anxious heart was relieved. This injury looked terrible, but in fact it was only a flesh wound. He did not blindly pull out the sword, because after pulling out the sword, he would definitely face the situation of losing a lot of blood. If he did not treat it well, he might faint in a short period of time. He first tore off his clothes, tied them into long strips, and tied them tightly at the base of his thigh. Then he completely tore off the clothes on the wound, revealing the location of the wound. Then he cast his gaze at the waist of Manager Yang's corpse, where there was a palm-sized cloth bag. Lu Yi recognized this thing. Cultivators called it a storage bag. The healing pill that Manager Yang gave him before, as well as the long sword in his leg, were all taken out by Manager Yang from this storage bag. A cultivator's storage bag generally stored all of the cultivator's belongings. Lu Yi pulled Manager Yang's corpse over, took off the storage bag at his waist, and carefully sized it up. He was very surprised. This small bag seemed to have a lot of space inside and could hold a lot of things. After coming to the 9 regions for more than a year, although Lu Yi did not know much about cultivation, he had heard a lot about the cultivation world. It was as if every cultivator's bag of holding had a mysterious, invisible lock. This lock could only be opened by the cultivator himself. Even if someone else obtained it, they would not be able to easily open the bag unless they had a special method to break the lock. Cultivators called this kind of lock a restriction. The storage bag in his hand looked like a cloth bag, but in fact it was made of an unknown beast skin. Lu Yi secretly prayed that this storage bag would not be locked. Opening the bag, Lu Yi stretched out a hand. His heart in a mess soon, his face showed joy. This bag was not locked, and his hand had already touched some of the things in the bag. Come to think of it, when he suddenly launched an attack, Manager Yang hurriedly took out a long sword from his storage pouch to meet the enemy. At that time, he was affected by the magnetic field, so how could he have the strength to lock his storage pouch? This time he was saved. Lu Yi calmed down and continued to take things out of his storage bag. He was looking for the vitality pill, as well as the healing pill that Manager Yang had given him previously. After he pulled out the sword, he would definitely lose blood. If he had the vitality pill to replenish his vitality, he would be able to reduce the danger. The healing pill was undoubtedly a good item as well. It was perfect for the current situation. Soon, Lu Yi was surrounded by a pile of messy things. There were bottles and jars, a lot of food, a few huge water sacks, and even a few books and some toilet paper. Lu Yi was speechless. However, considering that Manager Yang was here to seek refuge, it was understandable for him to bring more things. He searched through the bottles and jars and soon found the vitality pills and healing pills that he needed. There were a lot of vitality pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, and each bottle had about 20 to 30 pills. There was only 1 bottle of healing pills, and there were still 7 or 8 pills left. Manager Yang was in charge of exchanging vitality pills for the slaves in the mine. Naturally, he had a lot of vitality pills with him. This made Lu Yi very happy. In the past, he needed to save up 10 contribution points to exchange for vitality pills. Even then, he could only exchange for 30 pills a year. Now that he had killed Manager Yang, he had obtained 200 to 300 pills in one go. He had struck it rich. He took out a vitality pill and was about to consume it. After thinking about it, he added 2 more pills and stuffed them into his mouth. It was not that he did not want to eat more, but it was useless to eat too much at once. He took out another healing pill and consumed one. Then he grabbed a huge water sack, opened it, and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. He then cleaned his wound with clean water. A cool feeling came from his wound. It affected his injury and at the same time brought about a chill. Lu Ye's forehead was covered in sweat. After the wound was cleaned, he took out another healing pill and put it aside as a backup. He had done what he needed to do. He took a deep breath, grabbed the hilt of the long sword, and pulled it out. At that moment, Lu Ye's entire body was trembling. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Without wasting any time, he hurriedly picked up the healing pill that he had put aside as a backup. He crushed it with his hands, crushed it into powder, and scattered it on his wound. Healing pills could be taken orally, but he did not know if it would work if applied externally. He might as well give it a try. He untied the clothes that were tied around his thigh and bandaged the wound. After busying himself, Lu Yi was almost completely drenched in sweat. He lay on the ground and did not want to move. He gradually fell asleep. When he woke up again, he did not know how much time had passed. He struggled to get up and leaned against the rock wall. He raised his hand and pressed around the wound on his thigh. He felt pain, but there was no feeling of inflammation. This was a good thing. It seemed that the healing pill that he had taken internally and externally had worked. He had passed the most dangerous time. Lu Yi could finally relax. His stomach rumbled. Before he met Manager Yang, Lu Yi had not eaten for more than half a day. He had originally planned to hand over the mind or in exchange for some food. Who knew that he would be forced into the depths of the ore vein by Manager Yang and fight him to the death? In the end, he was injured. Fortunately, he had found quite a lot of food in Manager Yang's storage bag. Lu Yi took out a piece of dried beast meat from it and started eating it with clear water. The hunger slowly subsided. This place was deserted and there was no danger for the time being. Lu Yi gradually became interested in Manager Yang's belongings. As he ate, he began to check the things that he had taken out from Manager Yang's storage bag. He recognized the qi and blood pills and healing pills, but there were some pills that he had never seen before. He did not know what they were used for. Some of the pills even emitted a pungent smell. They were obviously not good stuff. Putting these pills aside, Lu Yi casually picked up a book and opened it under the flickering light of the nearby fire. He was instantly enraptured. It seemed that Manager Yang was a sentimental person. Not only was this book rich in content, but it was also full of pictures and text. He did not know who had drawn it, but it was really vivid and lifelike. His body was weak, so it was not suitable for him to read this. Lu Yi casually threw it aside and picked up another book. There were words on the cover of this book. Looking closely, it was the biography of the Sword Saint. Lu Ye's interest was piqued. He flipped through a few pages and found that this thing was a storybook. Throwing this book aside, Lu Yi picked up the third book. When he saw the words on the cover, his heart skipped a beat. Golden Cicada, Carefree Technique. He hurriedly flipped it open, and his expression gradually became excited. This was actually a cultivation technique. Like the first book, it was full of pictures and text, easy to understand. It seemed to be Manager Yang's own cultivation technique. After his excitement, Lu Yi realized a very practical problem. He had not opened his own spiritual cavities. Even if there was such a technique in front of him, it would be useless. Sighing slightly, he put down this Golden Cicada Carefree Technique. Since there was no way to cultivate it, there was no point in reading it. In this year, he had tried to open his own spiritual cavities several times, but he had not found any clues. After a moment of dejection, Lu Yi picked up Manager Yang's storage bag again. There were still some things that he had not taken out. Reaching in, he took them out one by one. He did not find anything valuable, but there were many rare ores. Among them, there were a few pieces of magnetic or the size of a fist. These ores should be Manager Yang's personal stash. He did not know what they were used for. After mining here for a year, Lu Yi had mined many rare ores, so he was basically familiar with these ores. Even if he did not know what they were called or what they were used for, he had seen them before. Until he took out a dark red or the size of a human head, he had never seen this kind of thing before. He did not know which slave miner had mined it, and it had finally fallen into Manager Yang's hands. This was a bit strange, but the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Since Lu Yi had never seen this thing, it must be of extraordinary value. Just as Lu Yi was about to put down this ore, his mind suddenly became absent-minded. Immediately after, a vague shadow appeared in front of him, turning into the shape of a tree. It was the shadow tree. Lu Yi was surprised. The shadow tree had a condition, which was that he needed to concentrate. Moreover, it would not appear every time. Sometimes it would appear and sometimes it would not. This time, the shadow tree had appeared on its own. While Lu Yi was still trying to figure out what was going on, the roots of the shadowy tree suddenly grew out and pierced into the dark red ore in his hand. The next moment, the ore made a cracking sound and directly split open. A dot of orange light entered Lu Ye's eyes, giving him a fright. Because after the ore split open, there was a ball of fire inside. He subconsciously wanted to throw this ball of fire away, but the fire stuck to his hand and he could not throw it away. After a brief moment of panic, Lu Yi realized that the reason the dark red stone had undergone such a change should be related to the shadow tree. What was even stranger to Lu Yi was that he did not feel like he was being burned. The orange flame rapidly shrank as if it were being absorbed by something. In just a few short breaths of time, the ball of fire disappeared from Lu Ye's sight. Just as he was feeling surprised, a scorching hot strength suddenly surged in his dantian. This strength drew in his blood vitality and gathered it there. An indescribable pain spread through his body. Lu Yi felt a great force stir in his lower abdomen, as if it wanted to tear him apart. He couldn't help but groan as his clothes were instantly soaked in sweat. Just as he thought he was about to die, a light sound came from his lower abdomen. In that moment, he felt as if something had broken. The pain quickly disappeared. In Lu Ye's eyes, the entire world had undergone a wonderful change. He felt as if everything was unreal. Feeling the dantian in his lower abdomen, he could clearly feel that there was a strange strength condensing there. A great, pleasant surprise enveloped him. He had actually opened his spiritual aperture. Chapter 4. Amidst the crackling sounds, the weak flame flickered a few times before finally extinguishing. The torch inserted into the hidden stake burned out. The hidden mine tunnel fell into darkness. But Lu Yi did not completely lose his light. In the originally pitch-black environment, there was still a weak light in his eyes. He could see the outline of Manager Yang's corpse not far away, and he could also see the cold light of the sword he had thrown to the side. It was not that the mind tunnel was not dark enough, but that his eyesight had improved. After opening his spiritual cavities, Lu Yi clearly felt that his body had undergone some miraculous changes. Even his body that had been weakened due to his injuries had gained a lot of strength. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Lu Yi could not help but laugh wildly. His laughter reverberated in this claustrophobic environment until it affected his injuries. Only then did he quickly stop. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he recalled the unforeseen event just now. What he could be sure of was that his sudden enlightenment was related to the shadow tree, as well as that piece of dark red ore he had never seen before. No, the ore was not the main point. The main point was the orange-yellow flame inside the ore. The shadow tree had grown roots, swallowed the flame, and as a result, it had opened its spiritual cavities. The shadow tree had never undergone such a change before. It should have been stimulated by the orange-yellow flame. It seemed that his previous thoughts were not wrong. The shadow tree could indeed provide him with some miraculous help. It was just that he had not been able to find the right method. After sorting out his thoughts, he hurriedly focused his mind. He wanted to see what the shadow tree looked like now. No matter what, the orange-yellow flame had been eaten by the shadow tree, so there should be some changes. Perhaps because he was too excited, even though Lu Yi had tried his best to concentrate, he still could not see the shadow tree. This had happened often before, but it was because he was not focused enough. He took a few deep breaths, calming his mind. After waiting for a long time, he tried again. This time, he was able to see the shadow tree without any problems. Sure enough, as Lu Yi had expected, the originally gray shadow tree had undergone some changes. On the whole, the shadow tree still looked the same. The roots that had grown out before were nowhere to be seen. But near the bottom of the tree crown, there was a leaf shrouded in a raging flame, as if it was burning. Lu Yi tried his best to concentrate, looking at the burning leaf. He could faintly see an extremely complicated pattern imprinted on the leaf. He focused his mind, trying to see the pattern clearly. A sudden change occurred. A small leaf grew larger and larger in front of his eyes, instantly blocking his vision. At the same time, a large amount of inexplicable information uncontrollably poured into his mind. Lu Yi suddenly felt as if someone had smashed his head with a sledgehammer. Without even a sound, he fainted. When he woke up again, Lu Yi was dizzy and had a splitting headache. Shaking his head, he forced himself up and leaned his back against the wall. He recalled what had happened to him before he fainted, but he was surprised to find that there was a lot of information in his mind that he had never come into contact with before. This information was deeply rooted, as if it was his own memory. Lu Yi calmed his mind and carefully examined these memories that should not have existed. Soon he understood the whole story. It was also because of the Shadow Child tree. The Shadow Child tree had swallowed the orange flames, and as a result, there was an extra burning leaf on the tree. There was a mysterious pattern on the leaf that carried a large amount of mystical knowledge. When Lu Yi focused on it, this knowledge was forcefully poured into his mind. Sharp. This was what the leaf carried. It was a spiritual tattoo called sharpness. Lu Yi had heard of spiritual patterns before. This was a kind of mysterious power that was closely related to a cultivator's life, cultivation, and battle. There seemed to be a kind of person who specialized in studying spiritual patterns, called a spiritual pattern master. However, this kind of person was generally very few, because studying spiritual patterns was not easy. After understanding this, Lu Yi wanted to mobilize the spiritual energy in his spiritual cavities. However, he found that the spiritual energy in his spiritual cavities was incomparably heavy and could not be mobilized. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi remembered that he was still under the influence of the magnetic field. Mobilizing spiritual energy was easier said than done. It was for this reason that Manager Yang had died at his hands before. He stood up and staggered into the distance. As he walked, he felt the spiritual energy in his spiritual cavities. Only when he could mobilize did he stop. This position was already out of the range of the magnetic field. The originally heavy spiritual energy became abnormally lively. Under Lu Ye's control, it wandered around his body. Wherever it went, it would feel warm. He, who had never experienced this kind of thing before, was greatly surprised. After playing around for a while, he remembered the spiritual pattern. Almost instinctively, he poured his spiritual energy into his palm. In an instant, a magnificent light flashed in his palm. Although it passed in an instant, Lu Yi saw it clearly. That magnificent light was an extremely complex pattern, exactly the same as the pattern on the burning leaf. This is sharp. Lu Yi lowered his head and examined his palm. Logically speaking, he had just opened his spiritual cavities and had only a smattering of knowledge on how to use spiritual energy, not to mention using spiritual energy to construct a spiritual pattern. However, he had done it so easily, as if he had gone through countless training. A faint light blossomed on his palm like a large firefly. Moreover, waves of stabbing pain came from his palm, giving Lu Yi the feeling of many needles pricking his flesh. Although it was just a palm, it gave off an extremely sharp feeling at the moment. Lu Yi felt that he could split a stone with this palm. With this thought in mind, he immediately pulled over a wash basin-sized stone from the side. This kind of stone could be seen everywhere in the mine and had no value at all. Placing the stone in front of him, Lu Yi raised his palm and chopped it down. The wash basin-sized stone cracked with a sound, and the cut was neat and tidy. Lu Yi was stunned. Although he felt that he could split the stone just now, he never thought that it would have such an effect. This was not splitting, this was cutting, and what cut this stone was only his hand. And all of this was only because of the enhancement of sharp. This spiritual pattern seemed to be able to make the object it was enchanted with become extremely sharp. Previously, when he saw a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley smash a stone with a palm, he was shocked. But now, it seemed that he also had the ability to do it, and did it even better. This was still cutting a stone. What if he cut a person? The magnificent light on his palm slowly dissipated after cutting the stone. This was because his spiritual energy was exhausted. At the same time, Lu Yi felt his whole body empty, and a boundless sense of weakness came over him. He thought to himself, this is bad. He had just been enlightened, and condensing a spiritual pattern on a whim was more or less overestimating his own strength. This was a serious overdraft. Fatigue came over him, but Lu Yi resisted it. If he fell asleep at this time, he did not know if he could wake up again. He hurried back to the place just now, picked up a bottle of qi and blood pills, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he picked up a piece of beast meat and ate it in big bites. The medicinal effect of the qi and blood pills dissolved, gradually filling his body, and the sense of weakness slowly faded. Leaning against the rock wall, he sorted out his thoughts. After the shadow tree, which had accompanied him for more than a year, swallowed a ball of orange flame, it allowed him to open his spiritual cavities and become a cultivator. Then, when he checked the shadow tree, he found a burning leaf. From the burning leaf, he obtained the sharp spiritual pattern at this moment. Looking at the shadow tree again, Lu Yi could not help but feel a strong sense of déjà vu. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi came to a realization. Isn't this the talent tree? Chapter 5. If a leaf on the talent tree carried the spiritual inscription of sharpness, then what about the other leaves? Did they carry other spiritual inscriptions as well? If he could light up more leaves, wouldn't he be able to obtain more knowledge of spiritual inscriptions? Thinking of the talent tree's huge canopy and countless leaves, Lu Ye's heart burned with passion. Lu Yi had some guesses as to how to light up the other leaves, but there was no way to verify it now. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future. The only thing he could do now was to open more spiritual cavities as soon as possible and improve his cultivation. The first spiritual cavities opened by a cultivator were located in the dantian. This was the starting point of cultivation and was called the source spiritual cavities. As for how to open the spiritual cavities after that, it depended on what kind of cultivation method the cultivator cultivated. Different cultivation methods would open different spiritual cavities. The more spiritual cavities opened, the higher the cultivation. Then the unfettered cicada technique would be useful. Lu Yi calmed his agitated emotions and picked up Manager Yang's storage bag to start packing. It was only at this moment that Lu Yi was surprised to find that his palm, which had been engraved with the sharpness earlier, was riddled with holes, as if it had been pierced by countless needles and was bleeding profusely. He was so excited that he didn't notice it. Now that he noticed it, he felt a piercing pain that constantly stimulated his nerves. He secretly reflected on himself. It seemed that if he obtained any spiritual inscriptions in the future, he couldn't use them on himself easily. Soon he packed up the things he took out and left the range of the magnetic field. There were two paths in front of him. One was to leave the mineral vein. The reason Manager Yang came to avoid disaster was that the people of Haotian Alliance had attacked. With the strength of the evil Moon Valley in the mineral vein, they couldn't protect this place, so he came to hide first. Otherwise, if the mineral vein was captured, as a disciple of the evil Moon Valley, he would be doomed. If he could get in touch with the cultivators of Haotian Alliance, then he could escape from the sea of suffering and no longer have to stay here and be bullied. However, this was obviously not a wise choice. Manager Yang had already received the news and came to seek refuge. There would definitely be other disciples of the evil Moon Valley coming in. This was the most chaotic time. It would be best if he could get out of the mineral vein smoothly. However, if he accidentally met any of the evil Moon Valley disciples who came in to seek refuge, Lu Ye's ending would be the same as the slave miners who were casually killed by Manager Yang. Therefore, he chose the second option, which was to bide his time and stay here. This place was extremely well hidden, and most people would not be able to find it. Moreover, it could be used to attack or defend. If a disciple of the evil Moon Valley accidentally broke in, Lu Yi could use the magnetic force field to trick them, so that they would not be completely helpless. Moreover, his injuries had yet to heal, so it was indeed difficult for him to move around. He recalled what Manager Yang had told him before. If he remembered correctly, this was what Manager Yang had said. The people from Haotian Alliance had attacked. They couldn't protect the mine for the time being. Haotian Alliance wouldn't stay for long, but it would take at least 1 or 2 months. The hidden meaning behind his words was obvious. Steward Yang felt that even if the Grand Heaven Alliance could conquer this place, they would not be able to keep the mineral vein in their hands for a long time. Therefore, the Grand Heaven Alliance would retreat within 1 to 2 months. By then, the mineral vein would return to the evil Moon Valley. Combining all the information he had, Lu Yi came up with a plan. He would stay here to recuperate and cultivate. Within a month, he would leave the mine and find the people from Haotian Alliance to save him from the abyss of suffering. After making up his mind, Lu Yi felt more at ease. The most difficult days had passed, now that he had successfully opened his spiritual cavities and had a talent tree. There were still many good days ahead of him. Therefore, he did not need to be too anxious. After finding a suitable place, Lu Yi took out a blanket from Manager Yang's storage bag and spread it out. He sat on it quietly and took out the happy cicada spell to study it carefully. It was dark in the tunnel. Lu Yi had successfully enlightened his orifices, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see anything. Soon, he discovered something interesting. When he focused his spiritual power on his eyes, he could see things more clearly. Unfortunately, he had only opened his spiritual cavities, so his spiritual power was limited. He could not maintain it for a long time. When he was hungry, he ate, and when he was sleepy, he slept. Other than the fact that the surrounding environment was not very good, there was nothing else. Moreover, Lu Yi was now immersed in the excitement of opening his spiritual cavities. so he did not have many requirements for the environment. In the darkness, there was no way to calculate the time. Lu Yi did not know how much time had passed, but he estimated that it had been several days. The wounds on his legs and hands were more or less healed. After opening his spiritual cavities and becoming a cultivator, his body seemed to have become much stronger. If it was before, after being stabbed in the thigh, he would need to recuperate for 10 days to half a month before being able to move. Of course, this was also related to Lu Ye's daily consumption of qi and blood pills. After studying the happy cicada spell, Lu Yi found that he could not use this cultivation method for the time being. It was not that there was a problem with the cultivation method itself, but that Lu Yi had just opened his spiritual cavities. If he wanted to open the next one, there were still some conditions. If the spiritual cavities were compared to the lake in a cultivator's body, then the water in the lake would be the cultivator's spiritual power. Therefore, the more spiritual cavities a cultivator opened, the more spiritual power they would have. However, in order to open the next spiritual cavities, the prerequisite was that the previous spiritual cavities had to be completely filled. Simply speaking, the spiritual cavities needed to be filled with spiritual power. In Lu Ye's case, what he needed to do now was to constantly cultivate and accumulate spiritual energy in his source cavities. Only when his source cavities are filled to the brim would he be able to open the next cavities. At that time, he would need to use the unfettered cicada incantation. There were several ways to increase one's spiritual power. The most common way was to take cultivation pills, which would transform into spiritual power and fill the spiritual cavities. The second way was to take in spiritual power. Spiritual power existed in any environment, so it was only a matter of quantity. After a cultivator opened their spiritual cavities, they would be able to feel the existence of spiritual power. While taking in spiritual power, they would be able to refine it into their body and strengthen their cultivation. The third way was to borrow the power of spirit stones. Lu Yi had only heard of this, but had never seen it. The last way was to refine spiritual power into spiritual power. First, he would have to strengthen his own spiritual power and then refine it into spiritual power. This would also achieve the goal of cultivation. Each of these methods had its own advantages and disadvantages, so it wasn't easy to generalize. Although Lu Yi hadn't stepped into the ranks of cultivators before, he had often heard the other slave miners talk about cultivation. Everyone talked about it with a kind of yearning, hoping that one day they would be able to fly to the top and become a phoenix. Lu Yi was influenced by what he saw and heard, so he understood some basic things. At present, Lu Yi couldn't use the first method. He didn't have any spiritual pills for cultivation. Although he was sure that Manager Yang had some in his storage bag, there were so many bottles and jars that he couldn't distinguish between them, so he didn't dare to rashly try. As for the second method, Lu Yi had already tried it. He didn't know whether it was because this place was close to the magnetic field or something else. In any case, he didn't feel any spiritual power, so he naturally couldn't take in spiritual power. The only thing he could do was to refine spiritual power into spiritual power. Chapter 6. Taking qi and blood pills could strengthen one's qi and blood, and then using the spiritual energy in the spiritual cavities to refine the qi and blood, one could obtain even more spiritual energy. Thanks to Manager Yang's relics, this was the only cultivation method Lu Yi could use right now. After counting, he had a total of 253 qi and blood pills, which wasn't a small amount. Lu Yi originally thought that so many qi and blood pills would be enough for him, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that these pills wouldn't last long. During his first cultivation, he only refined 2 qi and blood pills. He had never done this before, so he had to fumble around for a long time before he had some ideas on how to refine essence into qi. By the second time, he could refine 4 qi and blood pills, which gave him a feeling of familiarity. The third time, 6 pills the fourth time, 10 pills the more he cultivated, the faster he consumed qi and blood pills. This was because the spiritual energy in his spiritual cavities was increasing every day. The more spiritual energy there was, the higher the efficiency of refining essence into qi, and the more qi and blood pills would be consumed. Lu Yi understood that qi and blood pills really weren't anything good. Otherwise, as a cultivator who had just opened his apertures, there was no reason for him to consume so much. True cultivators usually used special pills for cultivation. Unfortunately, he didn't know what they were and didn't dare to casually try them out. The mine was dark, and Lu Yi didn't know how much time had passed. When he finished consuming all the qi and blood pills, he knew he had to go out. It wasn't because he had no resources for cultivation, but because he had no food. After he started refining essence into qi, his appetite grew. Manager Yang brought a lot of food, and if he ate sparingly, it was enough to last him 2 months. After all, he planned to hide here for a long time, so how could he not make sufficient preparations? Although there was no way to accurately calculate the time, Lu Yi estimated that it had only been 10 days since he started cultivating. During this time, Lu Ye's gains weren't great, but they weren't small either. The spiritual energy in his origin apertures was already full. In other words, he was qualified to open the next spiritual aperture and cultivate the golden cicada carefree technique. However, when he followed the golden cicada carefree technique's guidance to open the second spiritual aperture, he didn't find the right place. Not only did he fail to cultivate, but he also wasted a lot of spiritual energy. No wonder he heard people say that cultivation required the guidance of elders. If he fumbled around like this, who knew how many detours he would take? Although he had consumed all the qi and blood pills, he was still only a single opened aperture cultivator. The wounds on his body had already healed and did not hinder his movements. What made Lu Yi a little conflicted was what to do with Manager Yang's storage bag. Lu Yi was unwilling to leave it here. This was Manager Yang's life savings, and there were many good things in it. Other things aside, those rare minerals were worth a lot. He had no relatives in this world, and no elders to take care of him. In the future, his cultivation would definitely consume a lot of resources. With Manager Yang's relics, at least in the early stages, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources. However, it was not appropriate to carry it with him. This was a world of cultivation. It was not uncommon for people to be tempted by wealth and murder. As a one-apertured cultivator, if he carried a precious storage bag, it was hard to guarantee that no one would have any evil intentions. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yi decided to take the storage bag with him. Wealth was always found in danger. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance to make such a fortune again. After making up his mind, Lu Yi returned to the place where he had killed Manager Yang and picked up his pickaxe that had been cut off. Since he had decided to bring along his storage bag, he naturally couldn't let go of the magnetic ores here. These ores were still very precious. Picking up the pickaxe, Lu Yi was sweating profusely. He had been mining for a year and was already familiar with it. Now that he had the foundation of spiritual power, his efficiency was much higher than before. Piece after piece of magnetic ores were mined by him and put into the storage bag. Lu Yi only dropped the pickaxe when all the magnetic ores were mined clean. If everything went well, he wouldn't have to use this thing in the future. He took off his clothes, kept the storage bag close to his body, and tied it with a piece of cloth. In this way, as long as he was not stripped naked and searched, the storage bag would not be exposed. However, he took out Manager Yang's long sword in advance. The journey might not be safe, and with a weapon in hand, it would be able to deal with emergencies. When everything was ready, Lu Yi took a deep breath and walked out according to his memory. He was careful along the way, afraid that a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley would suddenly jump out from the dark, so he did not dare to walk too fast to avoid exposing his whereabouts. However, what he feared would happen. When he turned a corner in the dark and entered a mine tunnel, his body suddenly froze. Not far in front of him, a figure leaned against the rock wall of the mine tunnel, panting softly. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Lu Yi wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The person turned his head to look at Lu Yi, and the next moment he shouted in surprise, "Lu Yi!" Lu Ye's heart suddenly tightened. His appearance could be seen in such darkness, which meant that this person was a cultivator, and the one who recognized him was undoubtedly a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley. Sure enough, if Manager Yang thought of taking refuge in the mine tunnel, other cultivators from Evil Moon Valley would also think of it. Now, there were countless people from Evil Moon Valley hiding in the mine. Thinking quickly, Lu Yi gathered spiritual power in his eyes and finally saw the other person's appearance. It was a cultivator from the mine named Zhou Cheng, who was under Manager Yang's jurisdiction. His status was lower than Manager Yang's, and his cultivation should be inferior to Manager Yang's. This Zhou Cheng seemed to be injured, and the smell of blood came from him. "Come here." Zhou Cheng lowered his voice and called out to him. "Okay." Lu Yi immediately responded and walked toward Zhou Cheng, faster and faster. Zhou Cheng immediately sensed that something was wrong, mainly because Lu Yi was holding a sword in his hand. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Where did you get this sword?" This sword was obviously the sword of a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley, so it was very strange that Lu Yi was holding it. Lu Yi didn't answer, and was only 3 feet away from Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng finally felt Lu Ye's killing intent and quickly got up, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I'll kill you, you little beast!" As he said this, he raised his sword and stabbed at Lu Yi. The long sword was filled with spiritual power, and in the darkness a faint light bloomed. There wasn't too much to pay attention to the sword. He just poured spiritual power into the long sword to increase the sword's lethality. Facing a mortal like Lu Yi, Zhou Cheng naturally felt that he could kill him. The last person who thought so was Manager Yang, whose bones had already begun to rot. The sword light rapidly enlarged in Lu Ye's vision. He urged his spiritual power to gather in his eyes, and the whole world seemed to slow down a lot. Unlike the sneak attack on Manager Yang with the help of the magnetic field, this was the first time Lu Yi fought a cultivator head-on, and he couldn't afford to hesitate or retreat. Fortunately, this cultivator's cultivation wasn't high and he was seriously injured, which was why Lu Yi dared to kill him. When the long sword was about to reach him, Lu Yi slid sideways and narrowly avoided it. Then he raised the long sword in his hand. At the same time, a mysterious and complicated pattern flashed on the long sword. Sharpness Blessing. Chapter 7. Lu Yi didn't know how high Zhou Cheng's cultivation was, but it was still much stronger than his. Even if Zhou Cheng was injured, he wasn't someone a one-apertured cultivator like him could deal with at will. Killing intent could only be realized with corresponding means, and Lu Ye's means were sharpness. When he had nothing to do before, he had experimented with sharpness. This spiritual tattoo could not only be applied to his palm, but also to weapons, and it was more effective. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but be absent-minded at that moment. He didn't know when Lu Yi had become a cultivator. The two swords collided with a crisp crack. Zhou Cheng was surprised to find that his long sword had been cut in half at the waist. This gave him quite a fright. To have his weapon break while facing an enemy was undoubtedly a huge blow to his confidence. Just as Zhou Cheng was in shock, Lu Ye's second attack arrived. After breaking Zhou Cheng's sword, he immediately raised his sword and slashed at Zhou Cheng's neck. He didn't know any sword techniques, nor did he master any mysterious moves. He could only use the simplest slash. Zhou Cheng was scared out of his wits. At this moment, they were too close to each other, and it was too late to retreat. He could only use his remaining spiritual power to protect himself. Logically speaking, with his cultivation, he should be able to withstand the attack of a one-apertured cultivator like Lu Yi. Even if the other party had a weapon in his hand, he shouldn't be able to break his spiritual power protection. However, when the long sword fell, Zhou Cheng's protective spiritual qi didn't have the effect it should have. The long sword first broke through the layer of protection, then directly cut Zhou Cheng's neck. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and Lu Yi felt a few drops of warm blood splatter on his face. Bastard! Zhou Cheng was furious that he had been injured by Lu Yi, a slave miner, in a moment of carelessness. He raised his hand and slapped at Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi had already let go of the long sword and ran into the depths of the mine without looking back. Hearing Zhou Cheng's pursuit behind him, Lu Yi ran even faster. Gradually, he felt that there was no sound behind him, so he stopped. After waiting for a while, he turned back and saw Zhou Cheng's figure on the ground. He wasn't sure whether the other party was dead or not, so he picked up a few stones and threw them at him, but Zhou Cheng didn't react at all. He gathered his courage and went to Zhou Cheng's side. Looking down, he saw a large amount of blood staining the ground under Zhou Cheng's body. The long sword was still stuck in his neck, and he had long been dead. Lu Ye's second attack didn't directly take Zhou Cheng's life, but it still cut off half of his opponent's neck. How could Zhou Cheng survive such a serious injury? Lu Ye's was Lu Ye's? He let out a long sigh, realizing more and more how dangerous this world was. He walked forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Just as he was about to pull the sword out, he noticed something strange from the corner of his eye. He looked up and felt a chill run down his spine, because another person had appeared in front of him at some point in time. Lu Yi did not notice at all. Loses as his? For some reason, Lu Yi had such a thought. If this person wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a flick of his finger, even if he had the sharpness. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yi suppressed the panic in his heart. He pulled out the long sword and put it in front of him in a defensive posture. His body trembled slightly because of nervousness. Sensing Lu Ye's hostility, the newcomer couldn't help but laugh. I sense spiritual energy fluctuations here, so I came to investigate. Don't be nervous. As he said this, he stepped forward until he was in front of Zhou Cheng. He looked down and nodded slightly. Evil Moon Valley's remnant. He then looked up at Lu Yi. Which sect are you? The distance between them was less than 10 feet, and Lu Yi could clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. It was an elderly man with a ruddy complexion, a tall stature, and a slightly low and hoarse voice, but there was a kind of indescribable affinity to it. Combined with the old man's question, Lu Yi immediately guessed and replied, Black Heaven Sect. Black Heaven Sect? The old man was a little surprised. The Black Heaven Sect that was destroyed a year ago. Yes, Lu Yi gave an affirmative answer. The old man couldn't help but look up and down at him. So, you're a slave miner who was captured? Yes, Lu Yi nodded. The old man was instantly surprised. A slave miner killed a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed it. What's your cultivation base? The old man asked again. I've gained some enlightenment, Lu Yi replied. He realized what the old man meant, so he took the initiative to explain. He was injured, so I ambushed him. The old man looked at him with a smile. You're quite brave. Sir, are you from the Haotian Alliance? Although Lu Yi had guessed, he had to confirm it. The old man reached out to stroke his beard. Yes, I'm from the Haotian Alliance. Lu Yi was elated. It seemed like Manager Yang's worry was right. The Haotian Alliance had attacked, and Evil Moon Valley couldn't defend this mine at all. This could be seen from the fact that the old man had already killed his way into the mine. Currently, the Haotian Alliance was probably in charge of the mine. As for whether the old man was lying to him, there was no need for that. The difference between their strengths was too big. If the old man really wanted to harm him, he could kill him with a lift of his hand. Sir, please save me from the abyss of suffering, Lu Yi hurriedly said. He wanted to leave this mine tunnel. He didn't know if he would encounter any danger along the way. Now that he finally met such a senior expert, he naturally wanted to hug his thigh and be safe. The old man nodded and said, Then follow me. I'm going out too. Thank you, sir. Lu Yi was very grateful. After the old man finished speaking, he led the way in front. However, Lu Yi didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he squatted down and searched Zhou Cheng's body. Soon he found a storage pouch. Basically, every cultivator had a storage pouch. It didn't seem to be something too precious. Lu Yi was in a good mood. He jogged to catch up with the old man. The old man glanced at him and reached out his hand with a smile. "Give it to me!" Lu Yi instantly felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. However, considering the current situation, he obediently handed over the storage pouch. The old man took the storage pouch and wiped the opening of the pouch. A ray of light flashed. Just as Lu Yi was cursing in his heart, the old man threw the storage pouch back. "I'll kindly accept this bottle of dragon tiger pills. This thing is very nutritious. You can't take it. Just treat it as a filial gift to me." Lu Yi held the storage pouch that was thrown back with both hands. He finally understood that the old man didn't want to snatch his spoils of war. The old man knew that his cultivation was weak and couldn't open the restriction lock on the storage pouch, so the old man casually helped him. This old man is not bad. Lu Yi thought in his heart. He thanked the old man. "Thank you." He was in a good mood again. Chapter 8. In the dark tunnel, Lu Yi followed the old man while checking the items in the storage bag. Soon he found some energy pills and a few healing pills, which were the same as the ones in Manager Yang's storage bag. There were also some random bottles and jars that Lu Yi did not recognize. There were also a few pieces of ores, but their quality was not as good as those in Manager Yang's collection. Zhou Cheng's status was not as high as Manager Yang's, so his wealth was naturally not as rich as Manager Yang's. However, Lu Yi was already very satisfied. After all, it was free stuff. He put the long sword in his hand into the storage bag and tied it to his waist. With this storage bag as a cover, the storage bag he kept close to him would be safer. He wanted to ask the old man about his knowledge of cultivation and elixirs, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. The old man was a senior. Although he looked kind and amiable, no one could tell what kind of temperament he had. Lu Yi was in no position to ask the old man about these things, since they had met by chance. The most important thing now was to follow him out of the tunnel. If he offended the old man because of his inappropriate words, he would be neglecting the essentials. The old man did not walk fast in front, but Lu Yi had to jog to keep up. Moreover, the old man would occasionally disappear and return quickly. Lu Yi secretly guessed that the old man might have found a hidden disciple of Evil Moon Valley and killed him. The tunnels in the vein were crisscrossed, and the terrain was complicated. Even Lu Yi had to identify the right path when he passed by each intersection. However, the old man was just taking a stroll, but every path he took was the right one. In less than an hour, there was light in front of him. It was the exit of the tunnel. As the old man walked out of the dark tunnel and embraced the light again, Lu Yi could not help but feel absent-minded. He actually had a strange feeling of being a human being. Elder Tang. At the exit of the tunnel, there were several figures guarding it. They were cultivators from various sects of Haoqian Alliance to prevent Evil Moon Valley disciples from escaping. When they saw the old man appear, they all bowed. The old man nodded slightly. One of the middle-aged cultivators who looked like the leader looked at Lu Yi in confusion and asked, "Elder Tang, he is." The old man said, "He's a disciple of the Xiantian sect that was destroyed a year ago. He was captured and brought here as a mind slave. He helped me a little inside, so I brought him out along the way." The middle-aged cultivator understood and waved at a young cultivator next to him. "Take him to record it." "Yes." The young cultivator accepted the order and said to Lu Yi, "Follow me." Lu Yi turned to look at Elder Tang. He wanted to thank him, but Elder Tang had already walked away. The middle-aged cultivator who spoke just now followed closely behind and said, "Elder Tang, Deputy Alliance Leader Peng has ordered you to meet him. He has something important to discuss with you." Old Tang stroked his beard and grumbled, "You old bones can't even rest for a moment." As he spoke, he soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Lu Yi was already led in another direction by that young cultivator. That cultivator had no intention of communicating with him, so Lu Ye's silence was naturally golden. Recalling Elder Tang's words, Lu Yi smiled knowingly. This old man was indeed not bad. Lu Yi didn't help him much in the mine. Instead, he owed him a favor. However, he said that on purpose. For a senior expert like him, a casual remark could resolve a lot of Lu Ye's troubles. For example, the storage pouch hanging on his waist. For the current Lu Yi, this thing was actually a problem. When he found the storage pouch on Zhou Cheng's body, Lu Yi already had the corresponding awareness. He even planned to give this storage pouch away if someone from the Grand Sky Alliance wanted it. After all, his current identity was only a mine slave in the Evil Moon Valley. There were times when he had to rely on others. Only when you give up something, you gain something. He kept the truly good things close to him. Zhou Cheng's storage pouch was nothing to be regretful about. However, with Elder Tang's casual words just now, it was likely that no one would have any ideas about the storage pouch. In the end, Lu Yi couldn't thank him in person, which made him feel slightly regretful. However, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was a huge valley outside the mine. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There was only one way to enter this place from the east. At this moment, the valley was bustling with people coming and going. Lu Yi looked up and saw many traces of a great battle in the valley. There were still traces of blood on the ground that hadn't dried up. The entire valley was filled with a strong smell of blood. It seemed that when the Grand Sky Alliance attacked this place, the Evil Moon Valley suffered a great loss. Large flags were erected all over the valley. Different words and patterns were engraved on the flags. They should represent different sects and families. The flags were crowded and bustling with activity. According to Lu Ye's understanding, the Grand Heaven Alliance was an extremely large organization. There were many different sects and clans in the organization. The force that Lu Yi saw was only the tip of the iceberg of the Grand Heaven Alliance. The myriad Devil Ridge, which opposed the Grand Sky Alliance, had the same structure. After regaining his freedom, Lu Yi was in a good mood. Everything was new to him. The young cultivator leading the way urged him several times. When he walked to the corner of the valley, there were also many people gathered here. However, these people couldn't be compared to the brightly dressed and high-spirited cultivators Lu Yi saw along the way. Most of them were covered in dust and looked sallow and emaciated. A small number of them were in a daze, especially some beautiful young women. Those who were covered in dust were the mine slaves who had worked in the mine. Years of hard work and malnutrition made them look like refugees. Not all the people who were captured by the Evil Moon Valley would be turned into mining slaves. There were also some beautiful women whose experiences were generally more miserable. Now that the mineral veins were captured and they were rescued, their miserable experiences were destined to be unerasable. Seeing this group of people, Lu Yi immediately understood that these were the people who had been oppressed and enslaved by the Evil Moon Valley. Now that they had regained their freedom, they were gathered together for some unknown reason. In front of this group of people, there was a table. Behind the table was a chubby cultivator who looked young. He was leaning against a chair and napping with his arms crossed. The young cultivator who led Lu Yi here came forward and gently knocked on the table. The chubby cultivator quivered and almost fell off the chair. When he saw the person in front of him, he patted his chest and said, "You really scared me to death." The young cultivator was speechless. He whispered, "Senior Brother Pang, although registration is an idle job, you can't do this. If the lords in the Alliance see..." Before he could finish, the chubby cultivator waved his hand impatiently and said, I know. You're so long-winded, like a woman." He paused and asked, "What's the matter?" The young cultivator stepped aside and revealed Lu Yi behind him. Registration and identity verification. Because the chubby cultivator was fat, his eyes were almost invisible due to the fat on his face. However, the moment he saw Lu Yi, his small eyes suddenly opened and stared at the storage bag on Lu Ye's waist. Chapter 9. The fat cultivator sitting behind the table took out a palm-sized jade slip from his storage pouch, looked up at Lu Yi and said, "Name, origin, and cultivation base?" Lu Yi answered them one by one. The fat cultivator muttered, "Black Heaven, sex, Lu Yi. I found him." Only then did Lu Yi react. The jade slip in the fat cultivator's hand should have recorded some information about the mine, including the origin and identity of the mine slaves. With such an inspection, he could ensure that there were no remnants of evil Moon Valley mixed in. But that's not right. The fat cultivator narrowed his eyes slightly. The jade slip records that Lu Yi is just a mortal who hasn't opened his apertures. But you've already opened one aperture, which doesn't match the information. This is a bit difficult. As he spoke, he kept glancing at the storage pouch at Lu Ye's waist. Lu Yi laughed inwardly. His previous worries were right. A mine slave carrying a storage pouch could easily attract unwanted covetous eyes. According to his previous plan, it wouldn't have mattered if he gave up the storage pouch. After all, he had regained his freedom. In the future, he would be able to fly freely, and he wouldn't have to worry about not finding better things. However, with Elder Tang's casual words, Lu Yi didn't have to be afraid of anything. He couldn't let the old man's good intentions go to waste. In the face of the fat cultivator's doubts, Lu Yi said, "I met an injured Evil Moon Valley cultivator in the mine. I killed him and opened my spiritual aperture at the brink of death." The fat cultivator raised his eyebrows. If what Lu Yi said was true, then it was a bit serious. A tiger was still a tiger. Even if it was injured, it wasn't something a goat could provoke, let alone kill. He somewhat understood where the storage pouch at Lu Ye's waist came from. At this time, the young cultivator who led Lu Yi here leaned over and whispered something in the fat cultivator's ear. The fat cultivator looked surprised. "Which Elder Tang?" The young cultivator didn't speak and just looked at him. The fat cultivator reacted and coughed lightly, looking at Lu Yi with a much kinder expression. "So that's how it is. You have some courage. Well, although your identity is basically confirmed, we still have to go through the necessary procedures. Come with me." With that, he stood up. "Senior Brother Pang, I'll go first." The young cultivator cupped his fists. "Go, go." Senior Brother Pang waved his hand. Following the fat cultivator, Lu Yi walked in the direction where many slave miners were gathered. When he got closer, the fat cultivator placed his hands on his waist and took a few deep breaths before asking, "Is there anyone from the Black Heaven sect? Step forward and let me see." No one answered. Lu Yi swept his gaze across and did not see the faces of the mystic Sky Sect's disciples. After all, the Black Heaven sect was a small sect. There were not many disciples in the sect. A year ago, when the Evil Moon Valley attacked and occupied the sect, many people died. Only about 20 young people were still alive. In the past year, many more people had died, but in Lu Ye's memory, there should still be 3 to 5 people alive. However, at this moment, he did not see the figures of those 3 to 5 people. Presumably, they had also met with misfortune. He could not help but feel a little sad. Although he did not have a sense of belonging to the Black Sky sect, he was the only one left in the sect. This made him realize how cruel the world was. The fat cultivator asked again, "Does anyone know him?" Still no one answered. Lu Yi was not very popular among the slave miners. Everyone was sallow and emaciated, struggling to survive every day. However, Lu Yi lived a very comfortable life and had plenty of contribution points to exchange for qi and blood pills. As a result, the other slave miners naturally did not have a good impression of him. The same unfortunate encounter did not make people united against a common enemy. Instead, it was more likely to breed estrangement and rejection. Lu Yi saw the Lu brothers in the crowd. These 2 guys were lucky to be alive. However, the Lu brothers did not intend to step forward to prove Lu Ye's identity. They just looked at him gloatingly. The fat cultivator could not help but glance at Lu Yi, wondering if this guy was Lu Yi of the Black Heaven sect. Since he was a slave miner, there should be someone who could prove his identity. Previously, many people were checked in this way. They identified each other and confirmed their identity. I know him. He's Lu Yi of the Black Heaven sect. Just when the fat cultivator was suspicious, a weak voice was heard. Who's talking? The fat cultivator turned his gaze and looked towards the source of the voice. The crowd took the initiative to part, revealing the person who spoke. Seeing the person's appearance, Lu Yi was slightly surprised. He had only met this person once, and it had been a long time since they last met. The person who spoke was a woman. Compared to the slave miners around her, her clothes were not bright, but at least they were clean and tidy. The fat cultivator looked at the woman and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure he's Lu Yi of the Black Heaven sect? Think carefully before you speak. Lying in front of me won't end well." The woman shrunk her neck, but she still said firmly, "I'm sure." The fat cultivator nodded and waved his hand at Lu Yi. "All right, your identities are clean. Go and wait there. Don't run around." After saying that, he winked at Lu Yi. "Tomorrow, there will be an opportunity waiting for you." With that, he turned and left. After he left, the oppressive atmosphere was relieved. It was obvious that these slaves living at the bottom were still very afraid of the fat cultivator. Lu Yi thought for a moment and walked towards the woman who spoke just now. When he got close, he said, "Miss, thank you for speaking up for justice." The woman shook her head. "No need. You saved me before. At that time, I didn't even have time to thank you." She was talking about what happened nearly half a year ago. At that time, Lu Yi encountered this woman in the depths of the mine. She was being chased by another slave miner. Lu Yi couldn't stand it anymore and taught the slave miner a lesson. However, since then, he hadn't seen this woman again. Lu Yi smiled. "Then we're even." The woman also smiled, and some vitality returned to her lethargic face. "We're even. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Lu Yi of the Black Heaven sect." The woman bowed gracefully, showing the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. "Yu Shaodai of the Yu family." Lu Yi asked curiously, "Miss Yu, do you know why we're gathered here? What's the opportunity that the fat cultivator mentioned?" Yu Shaodai reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. She explained, "We all have clear backgrounds and clean identities. Basically, we haven't been enlightened. Even if we have, our cultivation is very low. The Evil Moon Valley doesn't treat us as humans and won't train us. However, there must be some among us who are suitable for cultivation. Since the Haotian Alliance has taken over this place, they naturally need to make some arrangements. Those who are suitable for cultivation will be taken away by the Haotian Alliance." Is this the opportunity that the fat cultivator mentioned? Lu Yi suddenly realized. Chapter 10. Brother Lu, have you opened your spiritual cavities? Yu Shaodai asked. "Why do you say so?" Lu Yi asked instead of answering. Yu Shaodai pointed to the storage bag on Lu Ye's waist. Lu Yi nodded and said yes. Then he asked, "What about you?" Yu Shaodai raised her hand, and a faint light bloomed on her palm. She obviously also opened her spiritual cavities, but Lu Yi didn't know how many of them she had opened. This kind of thing was not good to ask, and they weren't familiar with each other. Since they were both cultivators who had opened their spiritual cavities, the two had a lot of common topics to talk about. Although there were nearly 1,000 people gathered here, there were probably only a few who had opened their spiritual cavities, and all of them had extremely low cultivation. Those who had some cultivation had long been absorbed by Evil Moon Valley and became its disciples. Their fate at this time could be imagined. Yu Shaodai lowered her voice and said, "Tomorrow's opportunity is extremely important, and you must not miss it. If Brother Lu has any special talent, just show it to your heart's content. This is related to your future." She seemed to know something. Lu Yi replied, "Understood." Having said that, he didn't have any special talent. He had a talent tree that others couldn't see. but he certainly couldn't show this thing. After all, it wasn't good to be in a group of women, so Lu Yi said a few more words to Yu Shaodai and then left. There were a lot of slaves gathered here, and the range of movement was limited. Lu Yi looked around and went straight to a corner. On the other side, the Lu brothers were hiding behind the crowd, shivering. When they saw Lu Yi coming, their faces turned pale. When Lu Yi stood in front of them, the two's expressions became even more frightened. You, what do you want? Boss Lu shouted fiercely. As he spoke, he kept looking in the direction of the fat cultivator, as if he wanted to ask for help. What answered him was a fist that was constantly enlarging in front of his eyes. With just one punch, Boss Lu's nose was broken and he fell to the ground. Lu Yi kicked Boss Lu in the stomach in front of him and grabbed his hair before he fell. You don't seem to recognize me? Boss Lu's face was full of pain and he saw stars. How could he answer? Lu Yi snorted coldly. He exerted force with his big hand and flung Lu Lauer behind him. Lu Lauer fell to the ground with his mouth full of mud. He even lost two of his teeth. He took the Lu brothers' original spot and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. One of his acupoints was now full, but he could not find the position to open the second acupoint. It was not good for him to continue cultivating, lest he waste the vitality pill. In the evening, people from Haotian Alliance came over to distribute food and bedding. Everyone received some. Lu Yi was still not full. Luckily, there was food in Zhou Cheng's storage pouch. He took it out and started eating. The others at the side swallowed their saliva, but no one dared to step forward. Ever since Lu Yi taught the Lu brothers a lesson, he had monopolized a large area, which saved him a lot of trouble. After transforming essence into qi, his appetite grew bigger day by day. He could eat the dried beast meat with relish. The night passed quietly. On the second day, Lu Yi was full of energy, waiting for the so-called opportunity. After breakfast, more than 10 cultivators in different outfits came to them. The leader was a middle-aged man. He stood in front with his hands behind his back. He glanced around and said with a smile, "You young people come from different sects and clans. You've been kidnapped and enslaved here. You've had a hard time, but those days are coming to an end. Every sect in Haotian Alliance accepts talents. If there are people who have opened their acupoints or are talented in cultivation, you'll have the opportunity to join the sections. You must seize this opportunity. In the future, you may be able to fight side by side and slay evil." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand gently. The cultivators in different outfits behind him stepped forward. The first person waved his hand. "You people, follow me." With this wave, a wave of spiritual power gushed out and wrapped around more than 100 people. When they came out, the cultivator led them to the side. The second person did the same. There were about 1,000 enslaved people, which was just enough for the 10 cultivators. Because Lu Yi was in the innermost part of the group, he fell into the hands of the last cultivator. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a place. Then a cultivator who was serving the same service as him came to maintain order and had them line up. Lu Yi was in the middle of the line. He looked around and saw that the enslaved people who were led out before him were all in the same situation. He understood that they probably had to do some tests to see if any of the enslaved people had opened their acupoints or were suitable for cultivation. From what the middle-aged cultivator said before, those who had opened their acupoints would have a greater advantage. As for those who hadn't opened their acupoints and weren't talented in cultivation, they probably wouldn't be taken seriously. After the line was lined up, the cultivator, who led them here, took out a table from his storage bag. He sat behind the table and raised his head. "Let's begin." The first enslaved person walked in front of him. The cultivator asked, "Have you opened your acupoints?" The enslaved person shook his head. "No." "HM." The cultivator who asked the question pushed the crystal ball he took out before over and ordered, "Cover it with your hands." The enslaved person did as he was told, but the crystal ball didn't react at all. The cultivator behind the table shook his head. No talent for cultivation next. The enslaved person was a bit dejected and hurriedly said, I'm not ready yet. Let me try again. Next. The cultivator waved his sleeve, and the chattering, enslaved person was swept to the side and fell to the ground. This scene caused all the enslaved people who were still in line to feel anxious. They knew that whether or not their fates could be changed depended on that crystal ball. So they all became excited. One by one, the enslaved people came forward. None of them had any talent for cultivation. It wasn't until the 13th person put his hands on the crystal ball that the crystal ball that hadn't reacted until now suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Finally one. The cultivator behind the table smiled and looked at the enslaved person. Name. The enslaved person was so excited that his face flushed red and answered truthfully. The cultivator behind the table took out something that looked like a jade tablet and infused it with spirit energy. Very quickly, the person's name appeared on the jade tablet. He gave the jade tablet to him and ordered, Carefully keep it, you'll need it later. Now go to the tent over there and find my third senior brother to check your talent. Yes, thank you, sir. The enslaved person held the jade tablet like it was the most precious treasure in his life and ran towards the back of the tent where a simple tent stood. Chapter 11. Seeing this, Lu Yi immediately understood that this test was divided into two levels. The first was to check whether or not one had the aptitude to cultivate, and the second was to check one's innate talent. Aptitude and talent were different. The former determined whether a person could cultivate or not, and whether they were qualified to cultivate. The latter determined how high a person's future achievements would be. In theory, the better one's talent, the higher one's future achievements would be. Of course, the innate talent test here was limited by the conditions, so it was only a general test. There was no guarantee that it would be completely accurate, but it would always be close to the mark. Lu Yi wasn't worried about his aptitude. He had already opened his apertures, so he was definitely able to cultivate. As for his innate talent, it was hard to say. He didn't know what his innate talent was like, so he had to go to the back of the tent to test it. The first person with cultivation aptitude had already appeared, causing the originally deathly silent line to have a trace of vitality. Suddenly, a feeling of being able to cultivate appeared in everyone's hearts. However, reality was cruel in the end. In the following test, more than 10 people were eliminated before one person with cultivation aptitude finally appeared. The previous scene repeated itself. The long line kept shortening, one slave after another, going from expectation to disappointment in general. There would always be one person with cultivation aptitude among more than 10 people. This ratio was similar to Lu Ye's understanding of the situation. He stood at the back of the line, but because the speed of the test was very fast, he stood in front of the table in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Have you opened your apertures? The cultivator behind the table asked in a monotonous manner. I've opened one aperture, Lu Yi replied honestly. The cultivator immediately raised his head and looked Lu Yi up and down, then smiled and said, Good, finally there's someone who's opened his apertures. Although there were 7 or 8 people who passed the aptitude test before, they didn't open their apertures. In this line, Lu Yi was the first to open his spiritual apertures. Come, put your hands on this. The cultivator pointed at the crystal ball on the table. Lu Yi didn't understand. Wasn't this thing used to test aptitude? He had already opened his spiritual apertures. So what else did he need to test? The cultivator seemed to have seen Lu Ye's confusion, so he explained, Over here, not only do we test your aptitude, but we also check your attribute. Affiliation. Lu Yi was even more confused. He had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps because Lu Yi had opened his spiritual cavities, the cultivator patiently explained, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Among the 5 elements, everyone's spiritual energy will lean towards one of them. This is known as the element, and each element has its own focus. So that's how it is. Lu Yi was suddenly enlightened, but he was also puzzled. Then before, the cultivator smiled. They haven't even opened their spirit cavities, so they don't have any spirit energy to check their attributes, so that's how it is. Lu Yi understood and raised his hands to cover the crystal ball. Infuse your spirit energy into it, the cultivator ordered. Lu Yi did as he was told. At the same time, he stared at the changes in the crystal ball. He was also curious as to what kind of subordinate he was. The crystal ball lit up first, which meant that Lu Yi had the potential to cultivate. However, for someone like him who had already been enlightened, such a result was meaningless. What happened next was the true test of the profession. Under Lu Ye's watchful eyes, an orange flame suddenly appeared inside the crystal ball, burning fiercely. This scene caused his pupils to contract involuntarily, because this orange flame looked very familiar. Oh! The cultivator behind the table raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, "Fire is the main element of the 5 elements, and there's also a bit of the metal element. Not bad, not bad. All right, let's stop." Lu Yi could understand that his main element was fire. After all, he was able to open his spirit cavities, thanks to his talent tree. It was because the talent tree swallowed a ball of orange flame that he was able to open his spirit cavities. The leaf on his talent tree that carried the sharp spirit mark was also burning fiercely. However, he couldn't understand the metal element. He only faintly felt that it might be his original attribute. "Put this away and go to the tent in the back to find my 3rd senior brother." The cultivator handed Lu Yi a jade tablet. Lu Yi thanked him and took it. He saw his name engraved on one side of the jade tablet with the word 1 at the bottom, which should mean that he had opened one of his spirit cavities. On the other side, his attribute was engraved. Lu Yi walked past the table and headed towards the back. Not far away, there was a temporary tent set up. Those who had passed the aptitude test had all come here to check their talent. Standing in front of the tent, Lu Yi first excused himself, then opened the curtain and walked in. The tent wasn't small, and there was a cultivator with a meticulous and cold expression sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, resting with his eyes closed. This must be the 3rd senior brother. Not far in front of 3rd senior brother, there was a round plate made of some unknown wood. The round plate was about the size of a table, and there were 8 pits on its edge. Next to the pits, there were some small, bare saplings. Lu Yi came in front of him and cupped his fists. "Lu Yi greets, senior brother. This is my jade tablet. Please check it." The 3rd senior brother opened his eyes and took the jade tablet. After looking at it, he raised his eyebrows. "You've opened your spirit cavities." He gestured with his hand. "Sit." It seemed that this round plate was something to test one's talent. Lu Yi walked over and sat cross-legged in the center. He inadvertently glanced at it and found that there were many profound and complicated patterns engraved on it. Spirit patterns? Lu Yi suddenly became interested and looked carefully. However, with his current eyesight, he couldn't tell what these spirit patterns were used for. The only spirit pattern he knew was sharpness. There were many spirit patterns engraved on the round plate, and they were very dense. They were closely connected to each other. These weren't just spirit patterns. Lu Yi came to a realization and remembered something he had heard before. This was a formation. The array was constructed from spirit runes. Cough! The 3rd senior brother's light cough interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yi quickly sat upright. Their eyes met, and after a short silence, the 3rd senior brother opened his mouth. "Our Green Jade School is located in the hinterland of the War Province, Sungwon Mountain. There are 300 large and small spirit mountains. In terms of overall strength, we are ranked in the top 5 in the War Province. The schoolmaster and the vice schoolmasters are all in the Spirit Sea realm. Under the schoolmaster, there are hundreds of True Lake realm cultivators. Lu Yi originally thought that the 3rd senior brother was a man of few words, but now he realized that he was wrong. The moment the third senior brother opened his mouth, he kept introducing the various situations of the Green Jade School. Lu Yi was confused, but he didn't understand. Moreover, for some reason, the third senior brother's words gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. When the third senior brother started talking about how the sword sect was like, how the Dharma sect was like, how the sword sect was like, and how the Dharma sect was like, Lu Ye's sealed memories started surging. The corner of Lu Ye's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, is this the introduction of the cultivation world? Chapter 12. Third senior brother, who had a grave and stern expression on his face, talked endlessly about the situation within the Green Jade door. After a long while, he changed the topic. You're one of the 5 elements, and I remember that the sect has a set of Great Flame Desolation technique. It should be very suitable for you. Of course, it's fine if you want to develop in the direction of metal. There are many metal cultivation methods in the sect. Moreover, if you join our Green Jade School, even if you're just a trial disciple, you'll get 2 spirit accumulation pills every month. If you pass the test and become an official disciple, your share will double. Do you remember? Lu Yi quickly nodded. I remember. He was puzzled. What does this mean? Why does it sound like he's trying to recruit me? If that's the case, as a cultivator who has opened one aperture, I have a great advantage. He was secretly proud of himself. Third senior brother said again, it's good that you remember. Sit down and calm your chi. You may feel some pain later, but don't worry. This is just a process of testing your talent. Don't use your spiritual power to resist. Yes, Lu Yi answered. He put his hands on his knees, palms facing up, and closed his eyes. The next moment, he felt a surge of spiritual power. Although he was curious about what third senior brother was doing, he couldn't open his eyes to look. When the spiritual power surged, Lu Yi felt a slight vibration under his buttocks. He guessed that it should be the formation on the disc. Just as he thought, at this time, the 8 pits on the edge of the disc had been filled with 8 cocoon-sized crystals by third senior brother. These were spirit stones commonly used by cultivators to set up formations, which was something Lu Yi had never seen before. When third senior brother activated the disc formation, the spirit stones embedded in the 8 pits emitted a faint mist. The mist was the spiritual power stored in the spirit stones, which was converted into pure spiritual power by the formation. Rich spiritual power quickly filled the space around the disc, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier around the disc, binding the spiritual power inside. Lu Yi, who was sitting upright, was moved. Although his eyes were closed, he felt that there were many wonderful things around him. These things were drilling into his body, giving him a very comfortable feeling. Is this spiritual power? Lu Yi immediately reacted. Inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was one of the main means of cultivation for cultivators. Lu Yi had tried it before in the mine. Perhaps because of the terrain, he did not feel the existence of spiritual chi in the mine, so he could only choose the method of refining essence into chi. After being taken out of the mine by the old man surnamed Tang, he forgot to sense the spiritual chi in the world. At this moment, he directly felt the existence of spirit chi. However, when he recalled his third senior brother's previous instructions, he forcefully endured this temptation and did not casually swallow it. Opposite him, third senior brother was making a hand seal, constantly activating the power of the formation. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the saplings at the edge of the disc. The array on the disc was specially used to test the level of talent. When third senior brother activated the array, the 8 spirit stones inlaid on the disc would release the stored spiritual energy, turning it into rich spiritual energy. Through his actions, the spiritual energy would be drawn into the body of the person being tested and then flow into the array on the disc. As a result, the saplings at the edge of the array would undergo some changes. To put it simply, Lu Ye's body, who was sitting on the round plate, was a transfer station. The spiritual energy would be transferred from his body to the formation, and then the 8 saplings would undergo the necessary changes. The more saplings that underwent changes, the higher the aptitude of the person being tested, and the lower the aptitude of the person being tested. Fundamentally, this test was to see whether the flow of spiritual energy into the body was smooth or not. The smoother it was, the more suitable it was for cultivation and the higher the aptitude. This was because the foundation of cultivation was to strengthen the spiritual energy in one's body. If the spiritual energy in one's body was not smooth enough, how could one cultivate? Next to the disc array, third senior brother continued with his actions, causing the 8 saplings to remain motionless. He slightly frowned and increased the power of the array. Lu Yi immediately frowned because he felt a faint stabbing pain in his body. It was as if a lot of external spiritual energy was drilling into his body, giving him the feeling of being pricked by countless needles. As time passed, the pain became more and more obvious. When he was almost unable to bear it, the stabbing pain all over his body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he heard third senior brother's voice. "It's done." Lu Yi quickly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. When he met third senior brother's gaze, he found that third senior brother was looking at him with an extremely complicated gaze. This made his heart skip a beat, and he felt that something was wrong. "May I ask, senior brother, how is my aptitude?" Lu Yi asked. Third senior brother did not say anything and only glanced at the disc. He reached out and brushed Lu Yi's jade tablet, then handed it back to him. Lu Yi took it and found that on the back of the jade tablet there was an additional character engraved on the side of his cultivation. What does this mean? Lu Yi wanted to get to the bottom of this, but third senior brother clearly didn't want to talk, so he didn't want to pester him. He stood up from the disc and bowed to third senior brother. "Thank you, senior brother." When he turned around and walked out, he saw that one of the 8 bare saplings on the disc had a crisp leaf growing out of it. Did the word "one" on the back represent a sapling? He secretly guessed. "Little friend." Third senior brother suddenly called out. Lu Yi, who had walked to the door, turned around. "What are your orders, senior brother?" Third senior brother said, "Little friend, pretend that you didn't hear what I said to you just now." Lu Yi. He walked out of the tent and took a few deep breaths. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Although Lu Yi wasn't sure whether his aptitude was high or low, just from third senior brother's words and attitude, Lu Yi had a very bad feeling. His aptitude was most likely a little extraordinary. He had to find someone to confirm it. Lu Yi turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing quietly in a corner. He walked over. Halfway there, the figure also saw Lu Yi and waved at him with a smile. When he got close, Lu Yi greeted, "Miss you." Yu Xiaodai gracefully bowed. "Older brother Lu." It was obvious that Yu Xiaodai's mood was much better than yesterday. She had completed the test, and the results were good. Lu Yi picked up the jade tablet in his hand and handed it over. "Help me take a look and see what's going on with my aptitude." Yu Xiaodai took it and smiled. "Since older brother Lu can open the spiritual cavities, your aptitude must be not bad." When she said the last 2 words, she saw the character on the back of the jade tablet. Her eyelids couldn't help but twitch and her tone became hesitant. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yi suddenly understood. His aptitude seemed to be a little lacking. "Miss Yu, how is your aptitude?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Xiaodai said, "About the same as older brother Lu." Lu Yi waved his hand. "No need to comfort me. I understand the general situation. Is it that the smaller the number, the lower the aptitude?" Yu Xiaodai pursed her lips. She wanted to comfort Lu Yi, but didn't know how to say it. In the end, she could only nod. "Yes." No wonder. Lu Yi remembered the last words of his third senior brother and secretly thought that cultivators were also very realistic. Yu Xiaodai said, "Older brother Lu, don't be discouraged. The current test is not accurate and the formations used are not high level. There will occasionally be mistakes." Lu Yi smiled. Although I don't know what the formation is, since the results are out, I can only face it calmly. Yu Xiaodai looked at him curiously. Older brother Lu, do you really think it's okay? Lu Ye's carefree attitude didn't seem to be faked. Ordinary people would be discouraged if they received such a result. Lu Yi looked not far away and smiled slightly. Compared to those people, I'm already very lucky to be able to open the spiritual cavities. Following his gaze, there was a large group of people gathered there. They were all people who didn't have the aptitude for cultivation and had been eliminated. The Lu brothers were among them. Chapter 13. By the way, how's your talent? Lu Yi turned his head and asked. Although he could tell from Yu Xiaojie's expression that her talent was not too bad, Lu Yi still couldn't help but want to compare. He had to know how bad his talent was that it caused his third senior brother's words to be so different. Yu Xiaodai was holding her jade token in her hand. When she heard Lu Ye's words, she instinctively shrank back. It was not that she wanted to hide anything, but she didn't want to hurt Lu Yi too much. Lu Yi teased, "Are you looking down on me? For creatures like men, the more they suffer, the more motivated they become." Yu Xiangjie said helplessly, "Brother Lu, do you really want to see it?" Lu Yi said with a smile, "Anyway, the results are already out. It can't be that bad." Yu Xiaodai thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Brother Lu is really a free and easy person." Her face was full of admiration. Since Lu Yi had already said so, how could she refuse? The information recorded on the jade token was not something that could not be shown to others. She stretched out her hand and handed her jade token to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and looked at it. He saw Yu Xiaojie's name engraved on the side facing him. He turned to the other side and saw her element, wood. It seemed that Yu Xiaojie's main element was wood. There was a number under the word wood. 38. Lu Yi was a little dumbfounded. This seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. He asked, "That's not right, Miss Yu. Why is it 38? Isn't the highest number 8? He remembered very clearly that there were only 8 saplings on the round plate. How could there be such an outrageous number like 38? The highest number is 64. Yu Xiaodai was a little confused by Lu Ye's words. She pinched her fingers and counted. She muttered, 8 trees and 8 leaves, that's 64. In theory, the highest talent is 64 leaves. Lu Yi looked up at her, and his eyes slowly lost their luster. Yu Xiaodai was startled and called out softly, "Brother Lu, are you okay?" Just now he said that the more a man suffered, the more motivated he became. How did he become like this in the blink of an eye? I shouldn't have shown him my jade token. Yu Xiaodai blamed herself inwardly. Cheer up, Brother Lu. Give me some peace and quiet. Lu Yi waved at her and looked up at the sky, his eyes lifeless. He roughly understood that the word engraved on the back of his jade token did not represent a sapling, but a leaf on a sapling. In the talent test, each sapling could grow 8 leaves. There were 8 saplings in total, and the limit was 64 leaves. The 38 on Yu Xiaojie's jade card represented that in the talent test, she made those small saplings grow a total of 38 leaves, and he only had 1 leaf, not 1 tree. This time, Lu Yi was really hit hard. He had tried his best to lower his expectations, but in the end he realized that what he thought was his bottom line was nothing at all. Being at the bottom of the 8th gear and being at the bottom of the 64th gear were 2 completely different matters. Brother Lu. Yu Xiaodai looked at him worriedly. She only felt that Lu Ye's whole body was shrouded in a gray aura, and his vitality had disappeared completely. Although talent is important, it does not mean everything. Brother Lu, I have heard people say that the heavens reward the diligent. Then you must not have heard people say that the heavens and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs, huh? Yu Xiaodai felt that something was wrong. Lu Yi had taken a deep breath and recovered. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable. As he said before, the result was already out, and he could only face it calmly. What's more, he still had the talent tree. Even if his talent was not high enough, this magical talent tree should be able to make up for it. Tell me, what is the basis of this talent test? Lu Yi asked. Although he had just tested it in the tent, he didn't know the specifics of the test. His eyes were closed during the whole process. Yu Xiaodai didn't explain immediately, but looked at him seriously. There was still some worry in her eyes. Lu Yi smiled and said, "I'm really fine." Yu Xiaodai sighed and said, "Since Brother Lu wants to know, then I will tell you what I know." She immediately explained the principle of the formation and the process of the test one by one. Lu Yi understood. In other words, it is difficult for spiritual energy to be introduced into my body, so my talent is very low. He couldn't help but think of his own feelings during the test. The external spiritual energy tried to drill into his body, but it couldn't get in, and it stung him all over. Yu Xiaodai nodded and said, "That's right." So that's how it is. Lu Yi roughly understood, but then he was puzzled. But what does this mean? How could one judge a person's talent based on these appearances? Miss Yu, don't misunderstand. I don't care about my low talent. I just want to know the reason. Looking at his solemn expression, Yu Xiaodai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She patiently explained, "Does Brother Lu know what methods cultivators rely on to become strong?" Lu Yi said, "Taking spiritual pills, breathing spiritual energy, refining essence into qi, and using spirit stones." Exactly. Yu Xiaodai nodded. But the most important methods are still breathing spiritual energy and using spirit stones. The other two methods are only auxiliary methods. If it is difficult to introduce spiritual energy from the outside into the body, the efficiency of cultivation will naturally be low, and the talent will be low. With the same amount of time and resources, the more talented cultivators can open more spiritual cavities, and their future achievements will naturally be higher. Since Brother Lu has already opened spiritual cavities, you must have felt the difficulty of cultivation. Lu Yi remembered the days when he was in the dark in the mine. Every day he ate qi and blood pills, and then refined essence into qi. He felt that he was becoming stronger little by little, and it didn't seem very difficult. Instead, it was a little happy. Yu Xiaodai said that cultivators mainly relied on breathing spiritual energy and spirit stones. Taking spiritual pills and refining essence into qi were auxiliary methods, but he seemed to be the opposite. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he said, "Miss Yu, how long did it take you to open your first spiritual cavities until they were full?" If there was a direct comparison, he could judge the efficiency of his cultivation. He felt that his talent shouldn't be so low. "About 20 days, Yu Xiaodai replied. She didn't ask about Lu Ye's situation because she felt that this question would hit the other party again. With the talent of a one-leaf cultivator, it would take several months to fill his first spiritual cavities, even with the help of spiritual pills. She was grateful to Lu Yi for saving her before. At this moment, the more she looked at Lu Yi, the more pitiful she felt for him. Sure enough, after she said that sentence, Lu Yi was stunned and repeated in a whisper, "More than 20 days!" Yu Xiaodai hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, our situation is different. I was taken away by an evil Moon Valley disciple. She probably wanted to use me to cultivate some kind of evil technique, so she helped me open my spiritual cavities and gave me a Yun spirit pill. That's why I was able to fill my spiritual cavities in more than 20 days. This was the speed of cultivation after taking a spiritual pill. Lu Yi looked at himself. He ate the cheapest qi and blood pills, and from opening his spiritual cavities to filling them, it should only take about 10 days, which was faster than Yu Xiaodai. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 14. All signs indicated that although his talent was not very high, it was definitely not at the level of a one-leaf cultivator. Was it related to the talent tree? The leaves of the talent tree only carried spirit veins. How could it help him in cultivation? However, apart from the talent tree, Lu Yi could not find any other explanation. He had a vague feeling that if this was the case, the talent tree might not be as simple as it seemed. Miss Yu, I have something to ask you. Lu Yi decided to change the topic so that he would not be so sad. Big brother Lu, please speak. Yu Xiaodai looked at him formally. Lu Yi considered his words and said, It's like this. Right now, I have one orifice full and want to open the second one, but I can't find the exact location. How can I solve this? This problem had troubled him for several days. Originally, after one orifice was full, he could open the second orifice. However, Lu Yi could not find the exact location of the second orifice. Instead, he wasted a lot of spiritual power. Yu Xiaodai was undoubtedly more knowledgeable than him. Lu Yi could only talk to her, so he naturally wanted to ask for advice. For cultivators like us who have just started cultivating, this is indeed a difficult problem. It has nothing to do with talent. The main thing is that our spiritual power is not strong enough, so it is difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the spiritual orifice. If you want to solve this problem, you can either slowly explore it yourself or find someone with a high cultivation base to help. When I opened the second orifice, it was the cultivator from Evil Moon Valley who helped me guide my spiritual power into the second orifice. However, to do this, one has to be at least in the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi laughed bitterly. Then I'll slowly explore it myself. He could not find anyone else to help. Big brother Lu, although the spiritual orifice of cultivators is similar, the location of the second orifice is different because of the different cultivation methods. Big brother Lu, if you don't have a suitable cultivation method, you must not open the second orifice rashly. Otherwise, it is likely to be a big problem. If it's a cultivation method, I have one. The Golden Cicada Carefree Technique was not a very good cultivation method, but Lu Yi had no other choice. Right? You said something about the Cloud River realm. Is it the realm of cultivators? He remembered that in the tent, his third senior brother had mentioned the True Lake realm and the Spirit Sea realm. He had never heard of these before. During the year he spent in the mine, he rarely communicated with others and didn't have many friends. All the information he knew about cultivation was from hearsay, which was very fragmented. That's right. Yu Xiaodai nodded. Streams, rivers, lakes, and seas. This division was rather interesting and straightforward. Are we considered to be at the spirit stream stage? Yu Xiaodai smiled and shook her head. Not yet. We've only opened our spiritual cavities. Only when we open enough spiritual cavities and let our spiritual qi flow through them, forming a heavenly cycle in our bodies. Only when our spiritual qi flows like a stream can we be considered to have reached the spirit stream realm. At that time, we can truly be called cultivators. Lu Yi accepted this title. He thought that he was a cultivator after opening the spiritual cavities, but now it seemed that he was still young and ignorant. Yu Xiaodai should have seen that Lu Yi was confused about the common knowledge of the cultivation world, so she deliberately explained more to him. There are many sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Let's not talk about others. Just in the War Province, there are at least thousands of sects and clans. There are strong and weak sects, and the foundation is in the realm of the cultivators in the sect. The higher the realm of the cultivators in the sect, the stronger they are. Sects are also divided into ranks. Oh, how are they divided? Lu Yi was interested. He also saw that Yu Xiaodai was instilling the common knowledge of the cultivation world in him. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. Every realm of cultivators is divided into 9 levels. Sects are also divided into 9 ranks. Rank 9 is the second rank, and rank 1 is the most. I am not sure about the specific division, but rank 1 to rank 3 sects definitely have spirit ocean realm cultivators. It seems that there is also a requirement for the number of spirit ocean realm cultivators. Rank 4 to rank 6 sects must have enough true lake realm cultivators. Rank 7 to rank 9 sects only need some cloud river realm cultivators. What if there are only spirit stream realm cultivators? Lu Yi asked shamelessly. Yu Xiaodai pursed her lips and smiled. Spirit stream realm cultivators do not have the qualifications to establish a sect. Lu Yi blushed and felt that he was really ignorant. Yu Xiaodai continued. There is a saying in the War Province. It is called 1 palace, 2 halls, 3 sects, and 4 sects. It refers to the top 10 rank 1 sects in the War Province. 1 palace refers to the Jade Cloud Palace. 2 halls refers to the Sunluo Hall and Yuanhong Hall. 3 sects are the Vitality Sect, Green Jade Sect, and Luosheng Sect. The 4 sects are the Wuji Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, Beixian Sword Sect, and Heaven Yuan Sect. Grand Sky Alliance and Wanhua Ridge each have half. There are many sects in the War Province. Lu Yi remembered what his 3rd senior brother had told him. The comprehensive strength of the Green Jade Sect was ranked among the top 5 in the War Province. Although he felt that this ranking was not low, he did not expect it to be so valuable. There were thousands of sects in the War Province. To be able to stand out among so many sects and be ranked among the top 10 rank 1 sects, the Green Jade Sect was indeed impressive. This time, one of the vice leaders of the Grand Sky Alliance came to attack the Evil Moon Valley. He is from the Vitality Sect. That vice leader's surname is Pang? Lu Yi asked casually. I don't know about that. How did Brother Lu hear about it? I overheard it by accident. Lu Yi did not explain much. It seems that the Evil Moon Valley is very powerful. This time, not only the Vitality Sect came to attack the Evil Moon Valley, but also the Green Jade Sect. 2 of the top 10 rank 1 sects came. Yu Xiaodai smiled and said, You can't count it that way. Although the Evil Moon Valley is not weak, there is still a big gap between them and a rank 1 sect. I estimate that they are at most rank 5 or 6. Although there are 2 rank 1 sects among the forces that came this time, not all of them are cultivators with high cultivation. That's true. Lu Yi agreed with this statement. Yu Xiaodai said, Other than the 2 rank 1 sects, there are a few other sects that came this time. Now that the inspection is almost complete, those who have the Jade token will have the opportunity to join those sections. Brother Lu, don't miss this opportunity. The inspection of qualifications and talents was just a prelude. Being able to join the sects that came this time to cultivate and learn was the real opportunity. This was not to say that these sects lacked disciples. Rank 1 forces like the Vitality Sect and the Green Jade Sect would never lack disciples. It was just that this method of accepting disciples had been agreed upon. For people like Lu Yi and Yu Xiaodai who were rescued, although the world was big, there was no place for them to go. The Grand Sky Alliance had to settle down. Accepting some of the people with cultivation qualifications was just a matter of convenience. After all, they would not lose anything. Who knew? They might even find a few good seedlings. Lu Yi smiled. I'm afraid that no sect will take a liking to my one-leaf talent, right? You have to think on the bright side of everything. Yu Xiaodai comforted him. Having opened the spiritual aperture is an advantage. There are about 10 sections. Brother Lu will find a place to belong. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Chapter 15. You have to be careful when choosing a sect. If you choose well, you may be able to get what you want. A voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Yi and Yu Xiaodai turned their heads and were surprised to find that a fat man had appeared beside the 2 of them. He was looking at them with a smile, and his small eyes were squeezed by the fat on his face and almost invisible. It was the fat man who had registered the slaves and checked their identities before. Lu Yi didn't even notice when he came over. Greetings, senior fellow apprentice. Yu Xiaodai hurriedly saluted, looking cautious. Although she had opened a few acupoints, a person like the fat cultivator was still a high existence for her, so she was inevitably nervous at the moment. Lu Yi also saluted. I heard you talking so enthusiastically, so I couldn't help but come over and take a look. Do you mind? The fat cultivator patted his fat belly with one hand, looking amiable. I don't dare. Yu Xiaodai hurriedly waved her hand. Although she was nervous, her mind was very clear. Realizing that this was an opportunity, she asked, senior fellow apprentice, "What did you mean by that sentence just now?" Although she knew more about the cultivation world than Lu Yi, her knowledge was limited. How could she compare with the fat cultivator, who was a righteous cultivator of the Haotian alliance? Of course, it's the literal meaning. Do you want to know? The fat cultivator smiled more and more kindly. Although he answered Yu Xiaojia's question, his eyes were looking at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't know why this guy was staring at her. She always felt that he had some bad intentions, but it was related to her future. So she politely said, "Please enlighten me, senior fellow apprentice." "If you want to know." The fat cultivator patted Lu Yi's shoulder affectionately. "Then it depends on whether you have enough sincerity." Sincerity? Lu Yi raised her eyebrows, remembering the scene when she first met this fat cultivator and the other party stared at the storage bag at her waist. No way, right? It shouldn't be like this, right? The fat cultivator was also a cultivator with a high cultivation. Why would he have any ideas about a nobody like her? But the other party's words were very obvious. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could understand it. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi tried to raise his hand and reach into the storage bag at his waist. He saw the fat cultivator's narrowed eyes slowly open a little, and his smile became brighter. He put his hand down, and the fat cultivator returned to his previous appearance. He raised his hand, and the fat cultivator's eyes opened a little more. After repeating this several times, Lu Yi finally confirmed that things were as he thought. The fat cultivator couldn't take it anymore. He'd never seen someone so brazenly tormenting someone like Lu Yi. He angrily flicked his sleeve and said, "It seems you don't want to know." As soon as he turned around, he felt something heavy in his hand. The fat cultivator looked down and saw a bottle of qi and blood pills stuffed into his hand. Lu Yi, who was standing in front of him, looked as if he had lost several pounds of flesh. The fat cultivator's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "This is your sincerity? What kind of bullshit was this? He didn't come all the way here just for a bottle of trash." "Then what does senior brother want?" Lu Yi asked. The fat cultivator really couldn't stand him anymore, so he simply said, "Ores." Lu Yi asked curiously, "Senior brother is such a high and mighty figure. How can you be interested in those ores?" The fat cultivator said, "Then you don't know. The ores produced by the Evil Moon Valley's mineral veins are all exquisite and rare. Besides, if you want to know the information, you naturally have to pay the price. I can't tell you something for free. After all, we don't have any friendship." "That makes sense." Lu Yi nodded in agreement, took out a piece of ore from his storage bag, and handed it to the fat cultivator. The fat cultivator didn't accept it immediately. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he shook his head lightly. "I can't see your sincerity. Such a big piece." Lu Yi held up the wash basin-sized ore. This was the largest ore in his storage bag. The fat cultivator hummed a little tune and ignored him. Lu Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. With a pained expression, he put down the ore in his hand by his feet and took out another ore from his storage bag. He had been mining in the mine for more than a year, so he had some understanding of these ores. Although he didn't know the specific value of these ores, the ones that were easy to find were definitely of low value. The two ores he took out looked big, but in fact, they weren't rare when he was mining. They belonged to the type that was relatively easy to find. There weren't many ores in Zhou Cheng's storage bag, only 5 or 6 of them. Most of them were common ores. On the other hand, Manager Yang's storage bag not only contained a large number of ores, but also many rare items. After taking out the second ore, the fat cultivator smiled. "Kid, don't think that I'm taking advantage of you. I see that you're kindred spirits, so I'm here to give you a few pointers. Pang Dahai of the Vitality Sect is more or less famous in the cultivation world of the military province. If other people want me to give pointers, I'm too lazy to care. Yu Xiaodai, who was standing at the side, saw the two of them acting like this in broad daylight, and the fat cultivator kept saying that he was from the Vitality Sect. She felt that something in her heart was shattered. Lu Yi also couldn't stand it. You're from the Vitality Sect? Where's your awe-inspiring righteousness? As he spoke, he had already taken out the third oar. Pang Dahai's eyes were still narrowed into slits. Obviously, he still couldn't see any sincerity. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He wanted to pry open Pang Dahai's eyelids and let him see clearly. Unfortunately, he was no match for Pang Dahai. He took out the fourth oar. This time he chose a precious magnetic oar. Pang Dahai's eyebrows twitched, but he kept the smile on his face. Lu Yi clapped his hands and pointed to the 4 oars on the ground. Is your sincerity not enough? Pang Dahai smiled and said nothing. Well, then there's no other way. Lu Yi sighed. Under the stunned gaze of Pang Dahai and Yu Xiaodai, he squatted down and put the first oar he took out into his storage bag. He then looked up at Pang Dahai. Is it enough? Pang Dahai's eyes opened completely. He looked at Lu Yi with a shocked expression. His heart was in a mess. Yu Xiaodai was also shocked by Lu Ye's actions. She didn't understand what Brother Lu meant. Lu Yi took out the second oar and put it away. He looked up and asked Pang Dahai, Is it enough? Pang Dahai seemed to want to curse, but he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He tried to maintain the demeanor of an expert, but his expression was a little exasperated. Lu Ye's pair of demonic claws had already reached for the third oar. A hand pressed down on his arm. Lu Yi looked up and saw Pang Dahai gritting his teeth. It's enough. It's enough. Chapter 16. A moment later. You're a bit interesting, kid. Pang Dahai had already collected the 2 pieces of oar. Yu Xiaodai stood by the side in fear. Seeing that he was not angry, but instead smiling happily, she really couldn't understand what the senior brother was thinking. Now that he had seen enough sincerity, Pang Dahai said bluntly, Cultivation is a lifelong thing, so in the early stages of cultivation, it is best to determine the direction of cultivation according to your own attributes or talent. Of course, the talent I'm talking about is not the cultivation talent you just tested, but the degree of compatibility between yourself and a certain faction. Faction? Lu Yi keenly grasped the key point and had some doubts. Wasn't he going to guide her in choosing a sect? Why did he talk about a faction? Yes, a faction. Pang Dahai nodded. There were many strange factions in the cultivation world of 9 regions, but in the end, not many survived. There are only 6 main factions. There are body cultivators who specialize in the physical body, weapon cultivators who specialize in close combat, magical cultivators who study spells, medical cultivators who practice medicine, ghost cultivators who communicate with the netherworld, and external cultivators who are proficient in alchemy, drawing talismans, setting up arrays, making tools, and other foreign things. Of course, there are some other small factions that have survived, but they are not common. If you have the chance to meet them in the future, you will naturally know. It can be said that these 6 factions include 99% of the cultivators in the cultivation world of 9 regions and also determine the direction of cultivation. If you choose the right direction, your future cultivation will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. For example, some people are born with great strength and a strong physique, so they naturally choose the path of body cultivation. For example, some people are born with excellent talent in spells, so they naturally choose the path of magical cultivation. Some people don't like to fight and kill, so they choose to practice alchemy and save people. These are all suitable choices for themselves, so it is very important to determine a faction. Otherwise, if you want to join the 100 Flowers Valley, no one will be able to teach you. Pang Dahai talked endlessly, and Lu Yi and Yu Xiaodai nodded again and again. Even Yu Shaodai had never heard of this information. According to what senior brother said, different sects focus on different factions. Lu Yi vaguely understood what he meant. Did I say that? Pang Dahai was surprised. Senior brother just said that the people of the 100 Flowers Valley don't teach swordsmanship. You're smart. Pang Dahai looked at Lu Yi approvingly. He didn't expect him to infer something from his words. Bei Xian. At the mention of North Mystic Sword Sect, the fat on Pang Dahai's face twitched uncontrollably, as though he was reminded of some unpleasant memories. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although a sect is made up of several factions, there will always be different priorities. In this situation, the lower the grade of the sect, the more obvious it is because they don't have much energy and resources to let all the factions advance at the same time. If you want to join the Burning Moon Mountain, you'll have a great advantage because you need the spiritual power of the fire element when you refine pills or refine weapons. When he said the last sentence, he glanced at Lu Yi. The meaning of his words was obvious. Lu Yi suddenly understood. Is this what senior brother said before? You said to determine your faction based on your own attributes? Yes. Pang Dahai nodded. Gold focuses on sharpness. You can walk the path of weapon cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and body cultivation. Wood focuses on vitality. You can walk the path of body cultivation, medical cultivation, spiritual cultivation, elixir cultivation, and formation cultivation. Water is gentle and accommodates all things. None of the factions will reject it. Fire is violent, except for medical cultivation and ghost cultivation. It's compatible with all the other factions. Earth is heavy and is most suitable for body cultivation. Therefore, whatever path you want to take in the future, it depends not only on your interests but also on your own attributes. There's a saying among mortals that men are afraid of walking into the wrong line. Now that everyone has been tested, someone will distribute some things to you later. The key is whether you stay or leave. You have to choose carefully which sect you want to join. It's best if you decide which sect you want to join and which sect you want to join. It's best if these sects have any conflicts with your sect. Understood. Lu Yi nodded seriously. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, senior brother. Although Pang Dahai seemed greedy and took 2 of Lu Ye's ores, the things he said were not common. It was enough to offset the value of the ores. Pang Dahai waved his hand. It's just common sense. You don't know about it because you don't have much contact with the outside world. Senior brother, I'd like to ask. My attribute is fire and metal. Which sect should I choose this time? Pang Dahai studied Lu Yi and chuckled. I don't think you'll stand a chance. Lu Ye's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Then, why did you tell me so much, senior brother? Pang Dahai was overjoyed. I heard there's a fellow with 1 leaf innate talent, so I came to check it out. Do you know that I've never seen a 1-leaf cultivator in all these years? Ha ha ha. Pang Dahai's fat jiggled as he laughed. Lu Yi wanted nothing more than to rush up and hammer Pang Dahai to death. He did not know which bastard had spread the word about his innate talent. Indeed, good things did not go far, but bad things did. Just when Lu Yi could not take it any more, Pang Dahai suddenly stopped laughing. He lowered his voice and said to Lu Yi, If I were you, I'd lower my expectations to the lowest. Don't be half-hearted. That way you might get what you want. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yu Shaodai. He smiled and said, Little girl, is there anything I can help you with? Yu Shaodai could not ask for anything more. She hastily said, Which sect do you think I should join, senior brother? Do you like fighting and killing? Pang Dahai asked. Yu Shaodai shook her head like a rattle. Which girl liked fighting and killing? Go to the 100 Flowers Valley, then, Pang Dahai said. Most of the people in the 100 Flowers Valley are medical cultivators. There's no need to fight. Even if you're captured, you won't be treated too harshly. The 100 Flowers Valley. Yu Xiaodai seemed to be deep in thought. She bowed and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Her main attribute was wood. It was suitable for the 100 Flowers Valley. Pang Dehai clearly knew this. Pang Dehai left, leaving Lu Yi standing there in a bad mood. Yu Xiaodai wanted to comfort him, but she did not know what to say. She simply changed the subject. "Senior brother, there's something I don't understand." "What is it?" "Just now, you gave senior brother Pang 4 pieces of ore, but he didn't want them. Why did he take 2 when you took them?" Lu Yi casually explained. In his opinion, those 4 stones were all his. He didn't know how to cherish what he had. Only when he lost it would he know how precious it was. Yu Xiaodai fell into deep thought when she heard this. She felt that this made sense. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the 2 pieces of, or that Lu Yi took, were not of high value. The 2 pieces that were truly valuable were the ones that were left behind. Chapter 17. Pang Dehai said that someone would soon come to distribute some things to Lu Yi and the others, so that they could make a choice. As a cultivator of the Vitality sect, he undoubtedly knew what was going to happen next. As expected, not long after he left, everyone who had passed the test and possessed a jade token was gathered in one place. There were thousands of slaves who had been rescued, but there were only a little more than 100 who were still standing here. The ratio was as low as 10%. Everyone stood there quietly. A cultivator walked over and distributed a piece of paper to each of them. Lu Yi took it and looked down. He saw the names of 10 sects written from top to bottom on the paper. Among them, the Vitality sect was at the top, followed by the Green Jade sect. There were some other sects that Lu Yi had never heard of before, but he saw Burning Moon Mountain and 100 Flowers Valley that Pang Dehai had mentioned before. These were probably the sects that had come to attack Evil Moon Valley this time. The sect's rank was indicated at the back of each sect's name. Among them, the Vitality sect and Green Jade sect were undoubtedly first-rank sections. The rest of the sects had a wide range of ranks, ranging from 4th to 7th rank sections. There was a line of words at the back of the sect's rank, indicating the sects that the sect covered. It was all the information that Pang Dehai had mentioned before. Lu Yi was now somewhat grateful to Pang Dehai. Otherwise, he probably would not have been able to understand the contents of the paper. Just as he was reading carefully, a cultivator in front of the crowd said, "Which sect do you want to join? Come forward and take a pen and draw a circle around the sect's name. You can choose up to 3 sections. However, which sect you end up joining will depend on your luck and the decision of each sect's steward. If you're lucky, you might be able to join 2 first-rank sections." After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Soon, someone asked, "Senior, do you mean that the sects are also choosing us when we're choosing a sect?" "That's right," the cultivator replied faintly. "So don't think that you can reach the top in a single step. If you're not talented enough, it's useless even if you choose a first-rank sect." Someone else asked, "What if the 3 sects I choose don't choose me?" "Then you'll have no fate with cultivation. You'll be placed together with those who don't have the talent to cultivate." As soon as these words came out, many people who were hoping for a fluke were secretly alarmed. Just now, many people had the thought of choosing both first-grade sections. However, if they really did so, there would definitely not be any good results. This was because, regardless of whether it was the Vitality sect or the Green Jade sect, the requirements for accepting disciples would not be too low. Once they were eliminated by these 2 sects, they would only have one last chance left. If they did not grasp this last chance, they would miss this opportunity. For Lu Yi and the others, being able to join a sect and cultivate was undoubtedly the best way out. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. This time, everyone's expression became serious. Lu Yi, on the other hand, had a strange expression on her face as she listened to the cultivator's words. Why was it like filling in a college application? During the innate talent assessment, the 3rd senior brother of the Green Jade School had read out the introduction to the students. After the assessment, the jade tokens that were obtained could be considered the results of the examination. Each and every sect was like a university, and the factions were like specializations. Now, everyone had come to fill in their application forms. There were also the first, second, and third choices. Then he looked at the various sects on the paper. The first 2 sects were undoubtedly top-notch academies, with a grade 4 and 5 ordinary sects, with a grade 6 and grade 7 second grade and third grade sects. When Lu Ye's gaze shifted to the bottom, he was shocked. Why was there an unranked university here? The Jade Blood sect, which was ranked last, was a grade 9 sect. He did not notice it earlier. The situation was clear now. Among the more than 100 people who passed the assessment, they would have to choose 3 sects from these sections. Although it was not difficult, there was a hidden competition. If too many people were chosen from the same sect, a batch would definitely be eliminated. Lu Yi held his jade token and sighed inwardly. With his one-leaf innate talent, he was not competitive at all in this kind of matter. However, he had to give it a try. When he thought about his subordinate, the fire auxiliary medal, Lu Yi gradually made up his mind. The cultivator who spoke placed a table in front of him. There were a few brushes and an inkstone on the table. One after another, people stepped forward. They picked up their brushes and drew on their papers. Then, they handed their papers to the cultivator along with their jade tokens. Soon enough, only half of the more than 100 people were left. Yu Xiaodai walked over. Big brother Lu, have you decided? I have. Yu Xiaodai said, shall we go together? You go first. I'll think about it. Lu Yi had already made up his mind. However, when he thought about his one-leaf innate talent, he was still uncertain. There were more than 100 people in the 10 sections. On average, each sect could accept more than 10 people. However, this was only the most ideal allocation. Lu Yi was certain that the Vitality sect and Green Jade sect would only accept 2 or 3 people at most. They would not accept more. In this way, the other sects would have to accept more people. Lu Yi did not expect to join the 2 great grade 1 sects. However, if the competition was too great, he would still be eliminated even if he chose a grade 6 or grade 7 sect. He had been in the 9 provinces for more than a year and worked as a mining slave in Evil Moon Valley for a year. Although he had successfully enlightened his apertures, he could not even find a second spiritual orifice. How could he cultivate? However, things would be different if he could join a sect. At that time, he could ask the elites in the sect to guide him. Hence, he did not want to miss this opportunity no matter what, even if his starting point was lower. With this thought in mind, he walked up to the table and took a pen. First, he drew a circle on the Jade Blood sect. The Jade Blood sect was the sect with the lowest rank. Lu Yi reckoned that no one else would choose it other than himself. Hence, this was his insurance to ensure that he would be able to join a sect. After choosing the Jade Blood sect, he lifted the pen and pointed at Burning Moon Mountain. As he tapped the pen, he suddenly thought of the last words Pang Dehai said to him. He told him to lower his expectations to the lowest and not be half-hearted. Only then would he be able to get what he wanted. At that time, Lu Yi did not understand. He only thought that it was a piece of advice. However, it seemed like there was more to it. Moreover, Pang Dehai did not think highly of him. When Lu Yi asked him which sect to choose, he said that he would not be able to choose any of them. He was a cultivator of the Vitality sect. Although he was a little greedy, there was no need for him to make fun of him for no reason. In other words, even if he chose another sect, there was a high probability that he would not be able to join it. Lu Yi closed his eyes. Every choice at the crossroads in life was extremely important, especially the one in front of him. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the cultivator in front of him. He said, "Senior brother, may I ask what will happen if I only choose this one sect?" The cultivator was looking at him with interest. This was because no one had chosen the Jade Blood sect before Lu Yi. It was foreseeable that no one would choose the Jade Blood sect after him. The Jade Blood sect's rank was too low. However, the cultivator did not expect that Lu Yi would not only choose the Jade Blood sect, but also ask him such a question. The cultivator wiped the mustache on the corner of his mouth and grinned. You will know when you choose. Chapter 18. Lowering one's expectations meant choosing the sect with the lowest grade. Not being half-hearted meant that one would only make one choice. If Lu Ye's understanding was correct, this was what Pang Dehai meant when he said that to him. The key question now was whether he should trust him or not. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi made up his mind. He put down the brush in his hand and handed it to the cultivator with the handlebar mustache. Senior brother, I've made my choice. The man with the handlebar mustache raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to think about it? Lu Yi lowered his head to take a look. There's no need. His innate talent was frighteningly low. It would be useless even if he chose another sect. Instead of that, he might as well pin his hopes on the Jade Blood sect. There was no need for Pang Dehai to make fun of him. After all, he had given him 2 oars. All right. The man with the handlebar mustache nodded. He put away Lu Ye's choice and jade token. He lowered his head to take a look. So, you're that Lu Ye? I'm Lu Yi, senior brother. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. I know Lu Ye. The man with the handlebar mustache looked at him with a smile. He emphasized the word one. Lu Yi wanted to curse. He had a nickname even before he came out of the Jianghu. How was he going to survive in the future? Also, who was the one who spread the word about his talent as a one-leaf cultivator? A moment later, the man with the handlebar mustache collected everyone's choice. He shot into the sky and turned into a streak of light as he headed to the mountainside in the east. There was a group of palaces there. It was originally the residence of the evil Moon Valley cultivators. At this moment, it had become the Grand Heaven Alliance's temporary office. Cultivators kept coming in and out. There were also piles of confiscated resources waiting to be distributed. He did not stop along the way and went straight to the deepest palace. A female cultivator was standing guard at the entrance of the great hall. When the woman saw him, she asked, "Is it done?" The man with the handlebar mustache replied, "It's all here." "Leave it to me. The lords are discussing the retreat. When they're done, I'll submit it to them. You're retreating just like that." The man with the handlebar mustache was clearly surprised. The female cultivator said, "The reaction of the Myriad Devil Ridge is faster than expected. Several sects are already gathering people, so we have to leave here quickly." The mustached man nodded in understanding. Although there were many people from Haotian Alliance, this was the territory of Myriad Devil Ridge after all. Once they fought again, Haotian Alliance could continuously send more people. By then, the situation would be disadvantageous to Haotian Alliance. The evil Moon Valley had been destroyed, and they had reaped a lot of benefits. So, it was natural for them to quit while they were ahead. After handing the stack of papers to the woman, the mustached man quickly left. The female cultivator waited outside the door for a while before she heard a vigorous voice from inside. "Bring it in." Hearing this, she immediately pushed open the door to the main hall. There were only 10 people in the hall. They represented the 10 sects that had come to attack the evil Moon Valley this time. The one in the lead looked awe-inspiring and dignified. He was Pang Zhen from the Vitality sect and also the deputy chief of the Haotian Alliance. Among all the people present, he had the highest cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm. The woman came in front of Pang Zhen and respectfully put down the stack of papers in her arms. She said, "This disciple will take her leave." After she left, Pang Zhen then flipped through the stack of papers in front of him, took out a piece, and then pushed the rest to the person in charge of the Green Jade sect. For Lu Yi and the others, every piece of paper here carried their future and dreams. But for people like Pang Zhen, these things were not worth looking at carefully. Every time they conquered the territory occupied by the Myriad Devil Ridge, they would rescue some people. It was just a matter of agreement to select some of these people who had the aptitude and talent for cultivation. Each of them had thousands of disciples. If their aptitude and talent were not particularly outstanding, no one would take a second look at them. Among Lu Ye's group, there was obviously no one worthy of their special attention. The stack of more than 100 pieces of paper was passed in front of the people in charge of each sect and slowly became fewer. When it reached the person in charge of the 100 Flowers Valley, he had selected more than 10 people and was about to push it to the next person when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something novel. He looked up at the old man sitting at the end of the table and said, "Elder Tang, someone chose the Jade Blood Sect." As soon as this was said, Pang Zhen, who was giving some instructions to the person in charge of the Green Jade Sect, could not help but look up. Really? He had just casually selected one person from the 100 or so people and had not carefully looked at the others. The others also looked surprised, and someone even laughed. There are still some people in this group who have discerning eyes. It was as if choosing the Jade Blood Sect was an extremely great thing. At the end of the table, the one who was called Elder Tang was the old man who had taken Lu Yi out of the mine. Elder Tang was also surprised when he heard this. Although the Jade Blood Sect had participated in many such operations, they had never been chosen, even if those who were rescued had 3 chances to choose. The Jade Blood Sect's grade was too low. Anyone who had even the slightest bit of ambition would not choose it. Although he was surprised, Elder Tang still waved his hand. The Jade Blood Sect does not accept disciples. You all know that. If it were not for the Alliance's rules, the Jade Blood Sect's name would not have appeared on that piece of paper. When the person in charge of the 100 Flowers Valley heard this, he said, "I'm afraid that won't do, Elder Tang. He only chose the Jade Blood Sect. Furthermore, no one else chose the Jade Blood Sect." Elder Tang looked surprised and stretched out his hand. "Let me see." Elder Tang took the rest of the papers from the person in charge of the 100 Flowers Valley and looked through them carefully. In the end, he found that it was as he had said. The person who chose the Jade Blood Sect had only made one choice: Lu Yi. Elder Tang looked at the name on the jade token and immediately remembered the young man he had met in the mine. He was even more surprised that it was actually him. The person in charge of the 100 Flowers Valley said, according to the Alliance's rules, the Jade Blood Sect must accept this person in such a situation. There was indeed such a rule in the Alliance. The Grand Heaven Alliance gave those who were rescued 3 chances to choose. However, if they only used one chance, the chosen sect would have to accept that person. The prerequisite was that no one else made the same choice. This rule was meant to give those who were wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao a chance. Among the various great sects, only a few people in charge knew about this. The rescued slaves definitely did not know about it. This little fellow. Elder Tang felt somewhat helpless. Lu Ye's choice of the Jade Blood Sect seemed to be very difficult for him. "Elder Tang, it's time for the Jade Blood Sect to accept a disciple," the person in charge of the 100 Flowers Valley advised. The representative from the 100 Flowers Valley advised before changing the topic. "Although this little guy has opened one chakra, his talent seems to be passable. What does it matter if his talent is poor? Talent is not everything. You have cultivated for so many years. Can't you see this clearly? Have you seen the talent of a one-leaf cultivator? This is too weak. How did he open one chakra? However, since he's made this choice, the Jade Blood Sect has no room to refuse. I'm just worried about the Pale Heart Sect." At the mention of the Pale Heart Sect, everyone fell silent as though they had mentioned something that was difficult to mention. The rules are the rules. If the Pale Heart Sect has any objections, tell them to come to me. Pang Zhen, who had been silent all this while, finally said, "Elder Tang, you should accept him. Although a one-leaf cultivator's talent isn't worth nurturing, we should protect the Jade Blood Sect first. This might be an opportunity." Elder Tang held Lu Ye's jade token in his hand. After a long while, he said, "I'll think about it." Chapter 19. After making his choice, Lu Yi felt relieved. He had always been open-minded. When he was kidnapped by Evil Moon Valley and became a miner's slave, he was able to accept the reality very quickly. No matter how bad the situation was now, it couldn't be too bad. It was nothing more than missing out on this opportunity to join a sect and cultivate. Since the results would be out soon, the people who had filled in their names did not disperse. They all gathered together and waited quietly. On the contrary, the cultivators in the valley suddenly became busy. Figures flew back and forth in the air, constantly going in and out of the nearby mountains. Lu Yi did not know what they were doing, but it seemed like something unexpected had happened. However, he was now just a little cultivator waiting for the judgment of fate. It was not his place to worry about these things. Half a day later, when the man with the handlebar mustache who had collected everyone's names appeared again, Lu Yi knew that the results were out. The man with the handlebar mustache went straight to the front of the crowd with a name list in his hand. When everyone's attention was focused on him, he said loudly, "Vitality Sect Shui Da Yuan." In the crowd, a stocky young man was stunned when he heard his name. Then he jumped 3 feet high and cheered. His excitement was beyond words. The people around him looked at him with envy. Those who were familiar with him even congratulated him. The man with the handlebar mustache did not stop and ignored the chaos below. He continued to read, "Green Jade Sect, Lu Tianyi, Don Peng. Wonderful Wood Mountain, Zhao Wenlin, Tang Ni Gao Rue, Burning Moon Mountain." The man with the handlebar mustache's voice was not loud. However, no matter how noisy the people below were, his voice still reached everyone's ears clearly. One by one, the names of the sects were called out. Those whose names were called were all elated. This meant that they had completely gotten rid of their identity as minor slaves and had the capital to change their fate. They would no longer be bullied and unable to resist like before. At the back of the crowd, Lu Yi listened quietly. His expression was calm, without the uneasiness of the people around him. He looked somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. Just as he had expected, the 2 first-grade sects that came this time did not take in too many disciples. The Vitality Sect only took in 1 disciple, while the Green Jade Sect took in 2 disciples. These were probably just for show. The ones who were really taking in disciples were the 4th grade to 7th grade sections. Moreover, the lower the grade of the sect, the more disciples they took in. The sect with the most disciples took in more than 20 people. Yu Xiaodia's name was also read, and she was accepted into the 100 Flowers Valley along with some other people. The little girl's face was flushed with excitement. Unfortunately, there was no one to share her joy with. More and more sects were called out, and those whose names had not yet been called out gradually became anxious. Finally, when the last name was read out, the mustached man put away the piece of paper and said, "Disciples of the various sects who have been recruited, please wait here. Later, your senior brothers and sisters will come to pick you up. I hope that you will cultivate well after entering the sect, and that one day you will be able to fight side by side with me." "Senior brother, are there no more names?" someone asked in a trembling voice. The person who asked was undoubtedly someone whose name had not been called out. Like him, there were almost 10 people whose names had not been called out. This meant that they had missed the opportunity to enter a sect and cultivate. At this moment, their expressions were a little dazed, and a woman was sobbing softly. Lu Yi was among these 10 people, but he was not depressed. He had already made his choice, and he had only chosen the lowest grade sect, the Blue Blood sect. If he had been eliminated like this, it meant that no matter what choice he made, there would be no result. He had heard that cultivators who did not belong to a sect could become loose cultivators. However, without the protection of a sect, it would be more difficult to cultivate on your own. The advantage was that you would be free and unrestrained. Thinking about it this way, it was not bad. Moreover, he had the talent tree, which was an advantage that others did not have. While he was thinking about this, the mustached man had already raised his head. His gaze passed the crowd and looked somewhere in the distance. In that direction, an old man had appeared out of nowhere, staring at Lu Yi. It was Elder Tang. Elder Tang had appeared as soon as the mustached man began to announce the results. He had been secretly observing Lu Yi this entire time. Because of some special reasons, the Blue Blood sect had not accepted a disciple for 30 years. Suddenly accepting a disciple at this time would definitely affect some people's sensitive nerves. However, if this disciple only had the talent of a one-leaf cultivator, it would not matter too much. If his talent was too poor, he was destined to not have any achievements in the future and would not be targeted by others. Elder Tang did not want to accept a disciple, but the rules of the alliance were there, and he could not refuse. It was truly a dilemma. As such, he wanted to personally see Lu Yi. Among the 100 or so people, Lu Yi was undoubtedly a bit of a maverick. Those who had their names called out cheered, while those who had been eliminated looked as if they had lost their parents. Only he stood there quietly from beginning to end. Thinking back to when he had seen Lu Yi in the dark mine, Elder Tang sighed slightly. Under the mustached man's gaze, he nodded slightly. With the alliance rules in place, he could not refuse. Since that was the case, he could only accept this disciple for now. In the future, he would ask his old friends for a favor and send him to another sect to cultivate. After receiving Elder Tang's reply, the mustached man smiled slightly. He looked at the person who had spoken earlier and said, "Oh, right, there's another sect." His expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Blue Blood sect, Lu Yi." In the crowd, Lu Ye's thoughts were scattered to the horizon. When he heard his name, he could not help but be stunned. He looked up at the mustached man. Their eyes met. The mustached man smiled faintly. "Congratulations, Lu Yi." There was no end to this. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. The mustached man said again, "All right, I'm done. Those whose names weren't called, come with me." "Senior brother." Lu Yi raised his hand and called out loudly. The mustached man turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Yi stared at him. "May I know your name, senior brother? What's your cultivation base?" The man with the handlebar mustache stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth and looked at him with interest. "What? Are you trying to beat me up?" Lu Yi was expressionless. "I wouldn't dare. I just want to remember senior brother's kindness today. You're ambitious." The mustached man chuckled. "Then listen carefully. I'm Lushan from the Vitality sect. As for my cultivation base, I'm at Cloud River level 7. Got it. Another Vitality sect." Lu Yi nodded. "Got it. Then work hard on your cultivation, Lu Yi." Lushan led those whose names were not called further away. At this moment, these people were extremely frustrated. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen the Blue Blood sect. They might have been able to join it. It would have been better than having no one to rely on now. However, they did not know that if they had chosen the Blue Blood sect, even Lu Yi would have been eliminated. They had not taken in any disciples for 30 years. This time, if it were not for the alliance rules, Elder Tang would not have agreed. Chapter 20. One after another, cultivators from various sects came to pick them up. Fewer and fewer people stayed behind. Yu Shaodai left with a female cultivator from the 100 Flowers Valley. Before leaving, she said goodbye to Lu Yi. In less than an hour, nearly 100 people had disappeared, leaving only Lu Yi alone. After waiting for more than 2 hours, he still didn't see anyone from the Jade Blood sect. He didn't know what they were busy with. With nothing to do, Lu Yi simply found a clean place, sat down cross-legged, and tried to open the second aperture. He had already completed the first aperture, and he had also thoroughly studied the golden cicada carefree technique he had obtained from Manager Yang. However, he hadn't been able to find the location of the second aperture, so the progress of his cultivation had been delayed. Yu Shaodai told him that this was very common for cultivators who had just started cultivating. Because cultivators like them didn't have enough spiritual power in their bodies. It was very difficult to accurately locate their spiritual apertures. There were two ways to solve this problem. The first was to slowly explore and try one's luck. The second was to ask a cultivator above the Cloud River tier for guidance. This was the main reason why Lu Yi wanted to join a sect. He had explored the mine several times, but still couldn't find the location of the second aperture. If he could enter a sect, he could ask the elders of the sect to give him guidance, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, the people from the Jade Blood sect still hadn't shown up, so he had nothing to do. At most, he would waste a little spiritual power. If he was lucky enough, he would have profited. More than 2 hours later, Lu Yi opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Luck really had nothing to do with him. His attempt just now had ended in failure. Fortunately, he had been eating well these days, and there were qi and blood pills to nourish him. His body was full of qi and blood, and he refined some qi and blood to replenish his losses. There were more cultivators coming and going in the valley. Many cultivators were gathering on a large scale. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they were going to evacuate this place. Speaking of which, Manager Yang had told him before his death that the Grand Heaven Alliance couldn't hold this place for long. At most, they would have to evacuate in 1 or 2 months. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed so. So, at that time, if Manager Yang could have killed Lu Yi and hid in the secret passage, there was a great chance that he would have escaped. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected that an ordinary person like Lu Yi would dare to scheme against him and lead him to a place covered by the Origin magnetic field, making it difficult for him to display his cultivation. Thus, he died without knowing why. Lu Yi followed the voice and saw a middle-aged cultivator floating in the air. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and something flew out from his palm. Lu Yi was quite a distance away, and before he could see what it was, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. The thing that flew out from the middle-aged cultivator's palm suddenly grew in size. In an extremely short period of time, it became a huge object that stretched across the sky. It was a huge ship, a large ship that was floating in the air. The ship had 3 floors and was nearly 1,000 feet long. The hull of the ship was pitch black, and it was unknown what material it was made of. The shape of the ship was smooth, and there were some indescribable objects fixed on the ship, giving it an awe-inspiring feeling. Lu Yi had never seen such a bizarre scene and could not help but be stunned on the spot. There was more than one ship. After the middle-aged cultivator used some unknown method to create a large ship, several more ships appeared one after another. Immediately after, someone shouted, "All sects, board the ships!" The cultivators from the various sects that had gathered in one place for a long time all turned into multicolored rays of light and rushed towards the large ships, one after another. Looking from afar, the scene was spectacular. After a brief shock, Lu Ye's heart surged. After coming here for more than a year, although he knew that this was a world of cultivation, he had been accompanied by oars all day long, and the people around him were all lowly and precarious mine slaves. He never thought that cultivation would be displayed in such a gorgeous and colorful way in front of him. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding, and it made him even more aware that this world was completely different from his original world. Isn't it spectacular? Just as he was dazzled by the situation over there, a person's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lu Yi instinctively responded and then reacted. He turned his head and saw that an elderly man was standing beside him. The elderly man smiled and stroked his beard. He looked at the several large ships floating in the sky and slowly said, "These are Haotian Alliance's flying dragon ships. Sharp weapons used to attack cities and strongholds. They won't be used easily." Looking at the elderly man's side profile, Lu Yi recognized that he was the old man who took him out of the mine. Recalling how others addressed him before, he quickly saluted, "Elder Tang." Elder Tang smiled as a response and said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Elder Tang raised his hand and pointed, We're boarding the ship. Lu Yi hesitated. But I have to wait here for the senior brothers and sisters of the Jade Blood Sect. At this point, he vaguely realized something. Elder Tang is from the Jade Blood Sect? There was no reason for Elder Tang to suddenly come to him and ask him to board the ship unless he was from the Jade Blood Sect. I had to deal with some things at the last minute and was delayed for a while. You didn't wait too long, right? Elder Tang asked kindly. He was really from the Jade Blood Sect. No. Lu Yi was a little excited. Although the people who came to pick him up were all handsome senior brothers and gentle senior sisters, when he arrived at the Jade Blood Sect, it was an old man. However, this old man was a very good person. This could be seen from the fact that he helped him open the restriction lock on Zhou Cheng's storage bag. Although Lu Yi didn't know what Elder Tang's cultivation level was, if he really wanted Zhou Cheng's storage bag at that time, Lu Yi wasn't qualified to refuse. However, the old man only took a bottle of dragon tiger pills as a reward and returned the rest to Lu Yi. Let's go. Elder Tang smiled and soared into the sky. Lu Yi only felt a gentle force wrap around him. Then he followed Elder Tang and flew towards one of the flying dragon ships. When they arrived at the flying dragon ship, Elder Tang walked straight into the ship's cabin. Lu Yi followed, closely behind. There were many cabins in the ship's cabin. At this moment, people were coming and going. They were all cultivators from various large sections. When those cultivators saw Elder Tang, they all bowed respectfully, causing Lu Yi to click his tongue in wonder. The Jade Blood Sect was only a rank 9 sect. According to the knowledge that Yu Shao Dai had instilled in him, Elder Tang should only be a Cloud River Stage cultivator. This was because if there was a true Lake Stage cultivator, then the Jade Blood Sect wouldn't just be a rank 9 sect. From the looks of it, although this Elder Tang's cultivation level wasn't high, he was still very respected. Perhaps it was because of his old age. They walked all the way to the innermost position. An old man and a young man stood at the door of a side room. Elder Tang raised his hand and a ray of light immediately flashed on the door. Then he pushed the door open and entered. Lu Yi followed closely behind and closed the door behind him. After entering, Lu Yi looked around and found that this was a very simple cabin. The furnishings were also very simple. There was no bed, not even a table. There was only a praying mat on the ground. There was a window, but that window couldn't be opened. The round window was sealed by a transparent, glass-like thing, and one could see the scenery outside. Chapter 21. In the cabin of the flying dragon ship, Lu Yi looked left and right. When he came back to his senses, he found that Elder Tang was already sitting on the futon. He quickly walked over and sat in front of Elder Tang. Fate was sometimes very strange. When they met in the mine, Lu Yi did not expect to enter Elder Tang's sect. But in any case, from now on, he would have a place to go in this world. Thinking of this, a trace of warmth flowed through his heart. He had no choice but to choose the Jade Blood Sect. But if this was Elder Tang's sect, it was not unacceptable. This old man is Tang Yifeng. Elder Tang said, the 10th head of the Jade Blood Sect. Lu Yi was slightly stunned. Although he didn't know much about the cultivation world, he still understood what the headmaster meant. Although he had guessed that Elder Tang's position in the Jade Blood Sect should not be low, he did not expect that the person in front of him was the head. He quickly saluted. Disciple greets the head. Elder Tang nodded. Although you are accepted into the sect today, a country has its laws and a sect has its rules. Right now, you are not an official disciple. You need to pass some tests before you can be considered a real disciple. Let's not talk about the test for now. You will know when you return to the sect. And with your current cultivation, it is far from the time for the test. Lu Yi listened carefully and replied, Disciple understands. Those slave miners who wanted to join the Evil Moon Valley also had to undergo tests, so he was not surprised by Elder Tang's words. It wasn't just him. Those who had been selected by the various sects were not official disciples. Every sect had its own assessment. Through the assessment of the disciples' temperament, moral character, and other aspects, only those who had passed the assessment could be considered to have entered the sect. The Jade Blood sect is located in the Ao mountain of the military province. It was founded 1,000 years ago and has cultivated 63,662 disciples. Among them, the total number of the Spirit Sea realm. With Elder Tang's narration, the history of a sect slowly unfolded in front of Lu Ye's eyes, giving him some basic understanding of the Jade Blood sect. At the moment, he did not know what those numbers meant. When he learned more in the future, he would understand how important those numbers were. After a while, Elder Tang looked at Lu Yi. "If you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask me." Lu Yi asked a question that made him very curious. "Head, why didn't we see our senior brothers and sisters in the attack on the Evil Moon Valley?" When Old Man Tang had come to find him, he hadn't noticed anything. But after learning that Old Man Tang was actually Blue Blood Sect's sect master, he immediately realized something. Blue Blood Sect. It seemed that Old Tang was the only one who had come. Otherwise, Old Tang wouldn't have gone to find him. This kind of welcoming ceremony could have been left to any disciple. Why would the sect master personally come? Thinking about it, a 9th-rank sect was the lowest level of the cultivation world in the 9 states. It would not be easy for them to recruit disciples. Take the slave miners who were rescued this time as an example. Out of more than 100 people, only Lu Yi chose to join the Blue Blood sect, and this was after listening to Pang Dehai's advice. Don't you have any questions about your cultivation? Yes. Lu Yi nodded quickly. Disciple has 1 acupoint filled, but when I want to open the 2nd acupoint, I can't find the right place. Please enlighten me. Elder Tang nodded slightly. At the beginning of cultivation, it is easy to encounter this problem. But if you want to open the 2nd acupoint, you need a suitable cultivation method. I have a cultivation method, Lu Yi said and began to undress. Under Elder Tang's stunned gaze, he took out the 2nd storage bag that he had been keeping close to his body. This was Manager Yang's storage bag. When he decided to leave the secret passage, Lu Yi hid it. There were many good things in it, and he was afraid of being targeted by others. Now that he had joined the Blue Blood sect, there was no need to hide it in front of the head. Looking at the storage bag on Lu Ye's waist and the 2nd storage bag he took out, Elder Tang understood what was going on. This kid had killed more than 1 person from the Evil Moon Valley in the mine. Slippery, Elder Tang commented. Lu Yi smiled and took out a book from Manager Yang's storage bag and handed it to Elder Tang. This is the collection of a cultivator from the Evil Moon Valley. I wonder if this disciple can cultivate it? Since it's a cultivation method, you can cultivate it. What are you worried about? Elder Tang took it and opened it. After all, this is a cultivation method cultivated by the disciples of the Evil Moon Valley. This disciple is worried that if this is an evil cultivation method. Halfway through his words, Lu Yi could not continue, because there was suddenly a strange sound coming from Elder Tang's side. In this quiet cabin, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. Lu Yi could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. Elder Tang, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. The sound became louder and louder. It was full of squeaking, rising and falling rhythmically, and there were also some strange conversations. If someone who did not know heard it, they would think that someone in the cabin was doing something shameful. Lu Yi could not hold back and leaned half of his body forward to look at the book in Elder Tang's hand. He saw the spirit power in Elder Tang's hand, and the originally rigid characters in the book seemed to come to life. The sound Lu Yi heard came from this book. At this moment, he also realized that he had taken the wrong thing. There were a total of 3 books in Manager Yang's storage bag. One was the biography of the Sword Saint. One was the golden cicada carefree technique, and the last one was in Elder Tang's hand. He had taken it casually just now, but he did not want to take it out. When he read it before, he only felt that the painting and calligraphy skills were extraordinary. The characters in the book were lifelike, but he never thought that this book would have such a magical place. Did I open it the wrong way? Lu Yi was stunned. Just as Lu Yi was shocked, Elder Tang had already closed the book in his hand. Suddenly, the picture and sound disappeared. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi said, "Elder Tang, this book." Elder Tang's expression was solemn. "This is a dual cultivation technique. It has some merits, but you're still young, so it's not suitable for you to come into contact with it too early." "No, sect master, it's not mine. I got it from a disciple of the Evil Moon Valley." Lu Yi hurriedly defended himself. Elder Tang nodded. "That's good. You're still young, so this old man will keep this thing for you. When you're a little older, I'll return it to you." Lu Yi inexplicably felt that these words sounded familiar. Elder Tang had already put away the wonderful book. He did not see a storage bag on him, and Lu Yi did not know where he put it. Chapter 22. What about the golden cicada unfettered technique? Elder Tang broke the silence. Lu Yi quickly took out the golden cicada unfettered technique from his storage bag and handed it to Elder Tang. Elder Tang took it, flipped through it, and nodded slightly. A very common yellow grade cultivation method. Once cultivated to perfection, one can open 27 apertures. Lu Yi could understand the 27 apertures mentioned by Elder Tang. When he studied the golden cicada unfettered technique, he discovered this point. If this cultivation method was cultivated to perfection, one could open a total of 27 apertures. However, Lu Yi didn't understand the yellow grade cultivation method and immediately asked the question in his heart. Elder Tang explained, "The human body has 360 spiritual cavities, which correspond to the great heavenly cycle. The cultivation world of the 9 provinces has countless cultivation techniques, and different cultivation techniques can open different amounts of spiritual cavities. Depending on the amount of spiritual cavities that can be opened, the cultivation techniques are also divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Only heaven-grade cultivation techniques can open 360 spiritual cavities, while earth-grade cultivation techniques can only open 180 spiritual cavities. Below that, there are also profound-grade cultivation techniques that can open 80 spiritual cavities." He pointed at the golden cicada carefree technique in his hand. "The lowest grade is this yellow grade cultivation technique that can only open 27 spiritual cavities." Listening to Elder Tang's words, Lu Yi suddenly understood. Originally, the golden cicada unfettered technique was the most trashy cultivation method in the 9 regions. No wonder it was carried by Manager Yang. Fortunately, he didn't treat this thing as a treasure, otherwise he would have become a laughingstock. Different levels of cultivation methods not only determine the number of spiritual cavities a cultivator can open in the end, it also creates a huge gap in strength between cultivators of the same realm. At the same time, the future prospects of cultivators are also different. The higher the rank of the cultivation method, the stronger the cultivator, and the brighter their future prospects? Lu Yi asked. "This is the truth." Elder Tang nodded. "Do you know why? Please enlighten me." Lu Yi humbly asked for guidance. Elder Tang organized his thoughts a little, as if thinking about how to explain it more clearly to Lu Yi. He hadn't told anyone about these things for many years. After a while he asked, "Do you know the division of cultivation realms? Spirit Stream, Cloud River, True Lake, and Divine Sea, the 4 great realms." Lu Yi replied, "This was what Yu Shao Dai told him." "Then what is Ling Shi?" Lu Yi recalled what Yu Shao Dai had said to her before and replied, "Open enough spiritual cavities so that your spiritual power can flow through these spiritual cavities and form a heavenly cycle, flowing like a stream." that is the spirit stream realm. That's right. Elder Tang stroked his beard. Then, how many spiritual cavities are considered enough? This. Lu Yi was at a loss for words. Old Tang smiled faintly as he pointed at the golden cicada free and unfettered secret art in his hand. If you cultivate this secret art, opening 9 apertures will allow you to reach the first order spirit stream realm. Opening 18 apertures will allow you to reach the second order spirit stream realm, and opening 27 apertures will allow you to reach the third order spirit stream realm. Lu Yi immediately noticed something was wrong. Isn't Ling she a 9th order master? A yellow grade secret art can only be cultivated up to the third order spirit stream realm, so its grade is the lowest. If you cultivate a profound grade secret art, you can reach the 6th order spirit stream realm. As for an earth grade secret art, you can reach the 9th order spirit stream realm. If you cultivate a heaven grade secret art, 12th order, Lu Yi looked surprised. He had never heard of a 12th order spirit stream realm cultivator before. Elder Tang smiled and shook his head. It's still the 9th floor. Lu Yi was puzzled. Why is that? Elder Tang explained. Because different secret arts cultivate different secret arts, the corresponding number of spiritual cavities is different for the same realm. The golden cicada unfettered secret art only needs to open 9 spiritual cavities to reach the first order spirit stream realm. But if you cultivate a heaven grade secret art, you need to open 18 spiritual cavities to reach this realm. If you cultivate an earth grade secret art, you will reach the 9th order spirit stream realm after opening 180 spiritual cavities. But if you cultivate a heaven grade secret art, you will only reach the 6th order spirit stream realm after opening 180 spiritual cavities. Lu Yi faintly understood. Elder Tang means that the higher the grade of the secret art one cultivates, the more spiritual cavities one needs to open in order to reach the same realm? That's right. In that case, the difference in cultivation level between cultivators can't be used as a basis to judge their strength. If a 9th order spirit stream realm cultivator who cultivated an earth grade secret art only opened 180 spiritual cavities, if he met a 7th order spirit stream realm cultivator who cultivated a heaven grade secret art, he would definitely not be his opponent because the other party had opened more than 180 spiritual cavities. Lu Yi instantly understood the meaning of Elder Tang's words. If it was like this, then if the grade of the secret art was different, there would often be a huge difference in strength between cultivators of the same realm, and even their future prospects would be affected. Headmaster, since heaven grade secret art is so good, then why doesn't everyone cultivate heaven grade secret art? What's the point of the existence of earth, mystic, and yellow grade secret arts? Could it be that heaven grade secret arts are very difficult to obtain? Elder Tang said with a smile, although heaven grade secret arts are not easy to obtain, as long as one has enough perseverance, even loose cultivators have the chance to obtain them. The reason why there hasn't been a situation where everyone cultivates heaven grade secret arts is because every cultivator has their own limit, the limit of opening spiritual cavities. The limit of opening spiritual cavities? At the beginning of cultivation, opening spiritual cavities is difficult, but as the number of spiritual cavities in one's body increases and one's cultivation increases, opening spiritual cavities will become relatively easier and finally reach a limit. Once this limit is reached, it will be very, very difficult for a cultivator to open more spiritual cavities, even if there is a better secret art in front of one's eyes. So what? For a cultivator whose limit is 180 spiritual cavities, cultivating heaven-grade secret arts is meaningless. So when it comes to cultivation, one should act according to one's ability. So that's how it is. Lu Yi understood. Moreover, at the beginning of cultivation, it is actually better to cultivate yellow-grade secret arts, because it's easier. That's right. Yellow-grade secret arts require opening 9 spiritual cavities to reach the first layer of the spiritual stream realm. But if one wants to cultivate heaven-grade secret arts, then one needs to open 18 spiritual cavities. The earlier one can let spiritual power flow through the spiritual cavities and reach the spiritual stream realm. The earlier one can increase the efficiency of cultivation. Therefore, in the cultivation world, regardless of whether it is loose cultivators with no backing or disciples from famous sects, when they first start cultivating, they usually start with yellow-grade secret arts. Once they reach the peak of yellow-grade secret arts, they can change to other secret arts. Actually, Elder Tang didn't explain everything about changing one's secret arts. Only those rogue cultivators who didn't have a strong foundation or the disciples of small clans who didn't make the cut would use yellow rank cultivation methods to start their cultivation. Although changing one's secret arts didn't have too many hidden dangers, it was still somewhat troublesome. Those with a bit of background would choose profound grade or earth grade secret arts, because regardless of whether it was yellow grade, profound grade, or earth grade, the first layer of the spiritual stream realm required opening 9 spiritual cavities. There was no difference. Only when a cultivator had opened their spiritual cavities to the extreme would they change to heaven-grade secret arts. If they didn't have that ability, then they could only try to break through. However, Elder Tang considered that Lu Yi only had the talent of a one-leaf cultivator and probably wouldn't be able to open many spiritual cavities in his lifetime. A yellow-grade secret art was enough for him. Of course, Elder Tang didn't say this out loud, nor did he look down on Lu Yi. As a sect leader, he taught Lu Yi with great care and patience. As for what you said before about this secret art being an evil art, Elder Tang raised his eyelids and looked at Lu Yi solemnly. Remember, there is no good or evil in secret arts. People are divided into good and evil. No matter what secret art it is only used for cultivation. What truly determines good and evil is a person's nature. There is no lack of people with evil natures in Grand Heaven Alliance, but there are also many people with noble morals in Myriad Devil Ridge. This disciple will remember, Lu Yi said respectfully. Chapter 23. The Profound Heaven Sect has never taught you this before. After a short exchange, Elder Tang found that Lu Ye's knowledge of cultivation was only half complete, which was a bit strange. Lu Yi couldn't tell him the truth, so he could only say, "I was young and ignorant before, and had a stubborn personality. Although the elders in the sect taught me, I didn't listen." Elder Tang smiled. "That's fine. You're still young, so you'll have to cultivate well in the future." "Yes." Elder Tang raised his hand and pointed a finger at Lu Ye's lower abdomen. "Your first aperture is full. If you want to open your second aperture, then calm your heart and feel it." Lu Yi immediately sat up straight. Following Elder Tang's finger, he immediately felt an external force invading his body. It was Elder Tang's spiritual energy, but it was very gentle, so it didn't cause any harm to Lu Yi. That force flowed through Lu Ye's source aperture, slowly gathering near it. Lu Yi was very familiar with this location, as it was precisely the second aperture of the Golden Cicada Carefree art. He had tried to find it several times before, but was unable to find it, but Elder Tang easily did it. This was the benefit of entering a sect and having the protection of an elder. At the beginning of cultivation, one could save a lot of time and energy. And the time at the beginning of cultivation was the most precious time for cultivators. At this stage, one could start faster than others and would undoubtedly have a greater advantage in their future cultivation. This is the second aperture of the Golden Cicada Carefree art. You can try to pour your spiritual energy into it. Elder Tang's voice sounded. Lu Yi promptly did so. The spiritual energy in his source aperture slowly poured into the second aperture, but he clearly felt that there was a barrier outside the second aperture, preventing the spiritual energy from pouring in. Every spiritual aperture has a spiritual aperture barrier. Only by breaking the barrier can you smoothly open the spiritual aperture. This matter can't be helped by others, so you can only rely on yourself. With Elder Tang's cultivation, he could naturally help Lu Yi easily break the barrier. But if he really did so, it was very likely that Lu Ye's spiritual aperture would suffer irreversible damage. Therefore, all he could do was point out the location of the spiritual aperture and not help Lu Yi open it. Lu Yi had only just learned about the existence of spiritual aperture barriers. He had relied on the innate skill tree to open his source spiritual aperture. Thinking back to the situation at that time, he vaguely remembered that something had indeed broken inside his body. Now it seemed that what had broken should have been the barrier of his source spiritual aperture. Elder Tang's spiritual energy didn't stop and continued to flow through Lu Ye's body. Breaking the spiritual aperture's barrier wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time. He had already helped Lu Yi locate the second spiritual aperture, and the rest would depend on Lu Ye's own efforts. After a short while, Elder Tang withdrew his hand and said, "According to the Golden Cicada Carefree Techniques circulation path, I've left some guiding spiritual chi in the next 8 spiritual apertures in your body. Every time you open a spiritual aperture, you'll be able to sense the location of the next spiritual aperture. When you open all 8 spiritual apertures, follow the circulation path and let your spiritual chi flow through the source spiritual aperture and these 8 spiritual apertures. Then you'll naturally reach the spirit stream realm." "Many thanks, Sect Master." Lu Yi bowed respectfully. Elder Tang smiled faintly. "Go ahead and cultivate. It will take some time for you to return to Ao Mountain." "Yes," Lu Yi responded. He didn't change his location and directly began to cultivate. Now that the sect master was present, if there were any problems with his cultivation, he could ask the sect master to look after him. Having already determined the location of the second spiritual aperture, Lu Ye's heart was filled with enthusiasm. He urged the spiritual chi in his source spiritual aperture to attack the barrier of the second spiritual aperture. He didn't know what the barrier was, but Lu Yi felt that every time he attacked it, the barrier would loosen a little. However, the feeling of attacking the barrier wasn't pleasant. Every time he condensed his spiritual chi to attack it, it felt as if a small hammer was hammering the location of the spiritual aperture. Once or twice wasn't a big deal, but after a few times, the second spiritual aperture unexpectedly felt a little sore and swollen. Furthermore, every time he attacked the barrier, he would consume some spiritual chi. Lu Yi finally understood why the sect master had said that at the beginning of cultivation, as one's cultivation increased, it would become relatively easier to open the apertures. If the spiritual aperture was compared to a bucket, then spiritual chi was the water in the bucket. Right now, Lu Yi only had 1 bucket of water. If he had 2 or 3 buckets of water, then he would have even more spiritual chi at his disposal, and his speed of opening the aperture would naturally be faster. Perhaps he would be able to break through the barrier of the spiritual aperture in one go. Less than an hour later, Lu Yi found it difficult to mobilize his spiritual chi, and the water in the bucket was almost dry. He took out a bottle of chi and blood pills from Zhou Cheng's storage pouch and took out 2 pills to take. "You've been using this to assist your cultivation?" Elder Tang's voice sounded. Lu Yi hurriedly replied, "Yes." Seeing Elder Tang's strange expression, his heart thumped. "Sect Master, is there a problem with this chi and blood pill?" Elder Tang frowned. "The people of Evil Moon Valley told you that this is a chi and blood pill." "This isn't a chi and blood pill?" Lu Yi was surprised. He had taken this thing before, and it could indeed increase his chi and blood force. If this wasn't a chi and blood pill, then what was it? Elder Tang reached out and took Zhou Cheng's storage pouch. He took out some bottles and jars from it and checked them one by one. Then he placed a bottle in front of Lu Yi. "This is a chi and blood pill." Lu Yi picked up the bottle and looked at it. He found that the spirit pill inside was very different from the chi and blood pill he had taken. He had checked these things before, but he did not dare to take them rashly because he did not recognize them. Who would have thought that the qi and blood pill he thought was not a qi and blood pill? The real qi and blood pill was something else. Then what is this? Lu Yi pointed at the bottle he was about to take and asked. The residue of refining a qi and blood pill, Elder Tang explained. Elder Tang explained, the refinement of spirit pills is not always successful. If it fails, it will turn into dregs. The dregs are basically useless, but there are some dregs that still have some medicinal effects. This is the result of a failed refinement of qi and blood pills. After listening to Elder Tang's explanation, Lu Ye's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had been wondering why he always tasted burnt when he took the qi and blood pill. He had thought that it was the smell of the qi and blood pill itself, but now it seemed that it was not at all. He had only taken the residue, and it was inevitable that there would be some strange smell. Why do the cultivators of the Evil Moon Valley bring these things? Elder Tang was puzzled. For us mind slaves to take. Lu Yi explained the contribution exchange system of the mind. Elder Tang understood and put away the residue. This thing can't be taken. It will affect your future cultivation. Lu Yi suddenly became nervous. What effect will it have? All medicines are poisoned. The spirit pills we use for cultivation also have elixir toxins. The lower the quality of the spirit pill, the stronger the elixir toxins, not to mention the residue of a failed refinement. The elixir toxins are the most violent. Therefore, although you can use spirit pills for cultivation, you can't rely too much on them. If you take too many spirit pills, the elixir toxins in your body will accumulate too much. If it is light, your spiritual power will be obscure, and your spells will not work. If it is serious, your foundation will be shaken and your cultivation will be damaged. Lu Yi was in a panic when he heard this. He had taken 200 or 300 qi and blood pills before. According to the sect master, wouldn't he be dead? He swallowed and asked nervously, "Sect master, is there a standard for taking spirit pills to assist cultivation? How can I know how much elixir toxins have accumulated in my body?" Elder Tang said, "It depends on your spiritual power. I just said that once the elixir toxins accumulate too much, your spiritual power will become obscure. The purer the spiritual power of a cultivator, the more beneficial it will be for cultivation. Otherwise, it will be harmful. I just saw that your spiritual power is quite pure, so you don't have to worry too much." When he helped Lu Yi locate his second aperture, his spiritual power had flowed through Lu Ye's source aperture, so he was very clear about the situation of Lu Ye's spiritual power. As soon as he said this, Lu Yi could not help but feel strange. Chapter 24. The sect leader didn't know his situation, but Lu Yi knew his own situation. Not to mention the 30 qi and blood pill dregs he had taken from Manager Yang in the past year. Even in the cave, he had taken 200 to 300 pills in more than 10 days. Under normal circumstances, taking so much dregs would definitely cause great hidden dangers to the body. But the sect leader actually said that his spiritual power was still pure. The sect leader shouldn't make such a mistake. Lu Yi didn't know how high his cultivation was, but since he was the leader of a 9th rank sect, he should be at least at the Cloud River realm. In other words, his spiritual power was probably fine. But what was the problem? Lu Yi immediately thought of the talent tree. When he was in the mine, he vaguely felt that the talent tree was more than just carrying spirit patterns. Now it seemed that the purity of his spiritual power must be related to the talent tree. Otherwise, there was no way to explain his current situation. This matter was not easy to explain to the sect leader. After thinking about it, Lu Yi said, "Sect leader, if the pill poison accumulates too much and the spiritual power is obscure, how to solve it?" Naturally, you can only stop cultivating and slowly dissolve the pill poison, which takes a lot of time. So relying too much on spirit pills to cultivate will not only not improve the speed of cultivation, but it will also have the opposite effect. However, you don't have to worry. It's not a problem to use spirit pills to assist appropriately. The key is to grasp the degree. Disciple understands. Well, your cultivation is still shallow, so it's understandable to use spirit pills to cultivate. However, since you have the Yun spirit pill, why don't you use it? Instead, you use the Qi and blood pill to refine essence into Qi. You should know that although these two spirit pills can assist cultivation, the latter is more important to replenish Qi and blood and consolidate the foundation. Lu Yi was shocked. Disciple doesn't recognize the Yun spirit pill. Just now, he habitually took out the Qi and blood pill to take. He just wanted to restore his spiritual power and break through the spiritual aperture barrier, so he didn't think too much. Elder Tang laughed in surprise and pushed a bottle in front of him. This is the Yun spirit pill. Although it is the lowest level, the quality is not bad. It is suitable for you. Lu Yi poured out a pill from the bottle and saw the appearance of the Yun spirit pill. He thought that Manager Yang also had the Yun spirit pill. He had seen this kind of spirit pill in Manager Yang's storage bag before, but he didn't dare to take it casually. Now that he had received guidance from the sect master, he naturally had nothing to worry about. He swallowed the Yun spirit pill in his hand and calmed his heart to refine it. After consuming the elixir, you need to guide the elixir's power to prevent the elixir's power from accumulating and leaving behind future problems. The headmaster's voice rang in Lu Ye's ears. This was also the reason why he said that the lowest level of Yun spirit pill was suitable for Lu Yi. With Lu Ye's one-apertured cultivation, if he really took a good elixir, he would not be able to guide the rich elixir force in time. Once too much elixir force was deposited in his body, it would have a great impact on his cultivation. When Lu Yi heard the sect leader's words, he followed suit. A warm current slowly gushed out of his lower abdomen. It was the release of the Yun spirit pill's power, which was converted into spiritual power that cultivators could use. Following Lu Ye's guidance, the spiritual energy, transformed from the pill energy, was slowly poured into the source spiritual aperture. The originally almost dried up source spiritual aperture gradually became full. The efficacy of this Yun spirit pill was much better than the residue of the Qi and blood pill he had taken before. The Yun spirit pill itself was more suitable for cultivation than the Qi and blood pill. What Lu Yi had taken before was the residue of the Evil Moon Valley's cultivator's elixir refining process. He had to go through a process of refining essence into Qi to transform his own Qi and blood into spiritual power. Naturally, there was no comparison. It was not until this moment that he truly experienced the joy of taking elixirs to cultivate. In less than half a day, the almost dried-up source spiritual cavity was filled again, and the Yun spirit pill's power continued to play its role. Lu Yi hurriedly guided the spiritual power in the source spiritual cavity to hit the barrier of the second spiritual cavity again and again, until a certain moment, he vaguely felt that something in his body was broken, and the spiritual power that was blocked suddenly became unobstructed. The second spiritual cavity opened. The spiritual power from the source spiritual cavity flowed into the second spiritual cavity, and Lu Yi only felt his body and mind comfortable. The Yun spirit pill's efficacy still remained. After a long time, he felt that the Yun spirit pill's efficacy was completely exhausted. Lu Yi opened his eyes and was about to report the good news to the sect leader, but the figure of the sect leader had disappeared. He didn't know when he left. Lu Yi didn't care. The sect leader was the sect leader, and he had his own matters to attend to. In any case, the sect leader had already helped him locate the next few spiritual cavities. Next, he only needed to follow the prescribed order and cultivate. Lu Ye's goal was to open those spiritual cavities as soon as possible. According to the cultivation method's route, he would use his spiritual power to penetrate these spiritual cavities and reach the spirit stream realm. Only then could he be considered a real cultivator. Intending to test whether his previous conjecture about the talent tree was correct, Lu Yi didn't stop and took another Yun spirit pill. The rich pill's power turned into spiritual power, and under Lu Ye's guidance, it filled his spiritual cavities. 2 days later, after consuming a total of 6 Yun spirit pills, the second aperture was filled. Lu Yi was shocked by this speed. It must be known that it took him more than 10 days to open the first aperture, but now the same progress only took him 2 days. The gap was too big. The Yun spirit pill's efficacy was really not comparable to those dregs, even if it was the lowest quality Yun spirit pill. He thought of Yu Shaodai again. At that time, Yu Shaodai told him that it took her more than 20 days to open the first aperture, and she also took the Yun spirit pill, which was given to her by a cultivator from the Evil Moon Valley. In comparison, Lu Ye's cultivation speed was obviously abnormal. He could be sure that all of this had a lot to do with the talent tree, but he couldn't find out what the specific relationship was. In any case, this was a good thing for him. Perhaps in the future, when his cultivation was strong, he could slowly unearth the secrets of the talent tree. The sect leader still didn't appear. Although Lu Yi cultivated for 2 days, he didn't feel tired, but his stomach was hungry. Since he succeeded in opening the apertures, his appetite had increased. He discovered this when he was in the mine. However, for his current age, being able to eat was a good thing. The more he ate, the more abundant his qi and blood would be. It was not good to go out to find food. Fortunately, there was some food in Zhou Cheng's storage bag. Lu Yi didn't care about it and took it out to eat and drink with water. After eating and drinking, Lu Yi continued to cultivate. Half a day later, the barrier of the third aperture was broken. More than 2 days later, the third aperture was filled. Still, 6 Yun spirit pills were consumed. He wanted to continue cultivating, but as soon as he relaxed his mind, tiredness came. He knew that he had cultivated for too long, so he had no choice but to rest first. Taking out the quilt from the storage bag, Lu Yi fell asleep and soon fell asleep. Chapter 25. Lu Yi was gently awakened by the sect master. When he opened his eyes, he saw the sect master standing beside him, so he quickly got up. Sect master. Lu Yi rubbed his eyes and patted his face. He immediately became much more awake. "It's time to get off the ship," the sect master said with a smile. The dozen or so sects from the Grand Sky Alliance had evacuated from the Evil Moon Valley together. Now that they were in the Grand Sky Alliance's territory, they naturally returned to their own sections. A few sects had already left. Lu Yi tidied up the bedding and stuffed it into his storage bag. He tidied up his appearance and followed the sect master out of the cabin. Soon they arrived at the deck. Someone was waiting for them. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a tall figure. Lu Yi did not recognize this man. After sizing him up, he felt that this middle-aged man seemed to have the aura of an army. The sect master stepped forward and said a few words to the man. The man suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Yi, who was standing beside the sect master. He said, "It's your fortune to be able to enter the Jade Blood Sect. You must cultivate well and don't disgrace the Jade Blood Sect." Lu Yi quickly responded, "Yes." The sect master cupped his fists. "Then I'll take my leave first." "Please." The middle-aged man stretched out his hand. The sect master flipped his palm and took out something from somewhere. He casually tossed it, and a spiritual light flashed. A double-armored carriage appeared on the deck. The 2 horses pulling the carriage were snow-white and abnormally handsome. They snorted softly, and their hooves moved restlessly. Before Lu Yi could see clearly, his body involuntarily floated into the carriage. The sect master had activated his spiritual power to wrap him up. "Open the formation," the middle-aged man shouted. Following his order, a gap opened in the flying dragon ship's protective formation. A gust of wind whistled in, blowing the clothes of everyone on the deck. The sect master and the middle-aged man cupped their fists at each other. As the 2 horses pulling the carriage raised their heads and neighed, Spiritual light appeared on the horses' hooves. They rushed out of the gap in the protective formation and galloped into the distance at an extremely fast speed. After watching the double-armored carriage disappear from sight, the middle-aged man turned around and strode into the cabin. He said, "Bring that bastard Pang Dahai here." Yes, a few cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance accepted the order, and a gloating smile appeared on their faces. Although they didn't know what Junior Marshal Brother Pang did to make the Vice Alliance Master angry. Looking at the Vice Alliance Master's expression, Junior Marshal Brother Pang must have lost a few pounds. On the double-armored carriage, Lu Yi looked around excitedly and touched that, his eyes full of amazement. He had been in the 9 regions for more than a year, and it was only in the last few days that he realized that the 9 regions he knew was not the true face of this world. There were too many things in this world that he could not imagine. For example, the wyvern ship from before and the twin armored horse carriage. This huge difference in perception made him realize one thing. This was a world of cultivation, and joining the Blue Blood sect gave him the capital to integrate into this world of cultivation. As his cultivation continued to increase, the wonders of this world would gradually appear. Otherwise, if he spent his entire life mining in the mines, how would he be able to see so many different things? These 2 horses aren't alive. Lu Yi stood on the shaft of the carriage and reached out to touch the buttocks of the horse in front of him. He realized that he didn't feel like touching flesh, but like touching a piece of cold metal. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these 2 horses indeed didn't have the aura that a living creature should have, but they were too lifelike, giving people the illusion that they were alive. The carriage behind him was open, and there was a large umbrella above the carriage. The umbrella spun with the wind, and threads of spiritual light hung down, blocking the fierce wind in the sky. The sect leader sat in the carriage and smiled. This is a creation of Yenshur, and it's used as a means of transportation. Yenshur? Lu Yi was curious. A type of external cultivation, and they're good at making tools. If you have the chance in the future, you'll come into contact with them. Lu Yi didn't ask any more questions. He looked around excitedly for a while before obediently sitting in the carriage. The carriage was very spacious, and it could easily accommodate 3 to 5 people. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to sit side by side with the sect leader. At the very least, he knew how to respect the sect leader. He sat in the carriage in front of the sect leader, facing him. "How was your cultivation?" the sect leader asked. "It was quite smooth," Lu Yi replied. Through his previous cultivation, he confirmed one thing. There didn't seem to be too many hidden dangers when he cultivated by taking pills. In the past few days, he had taken more than 10 yin spirit pills and opened his 3rd aperture. Not to mention the efficiency of other people's cultivation. At the very least, it was impossible for them to take pills continuously like him. The sect leader said that the pill toxins had accumulated, causing the spiritual power to become obscure, but it didn't happen. It was also possible that it was not the right time. After all, he had only taken more than 10 yin spirit pills. He still needed to observe more to be sure. He was considering whether to tell the sect leader about his situation. Just as he was hesitating, the sect leader asked, "Among the 6 cultivators of true virtue, which path do you want to take?" The so-called 6 cultivators of true virtue was undoubtedly the information that Pang Dahai had mentioned before. Lu Yi hadn't considered this. He had just come into contact with the world of cultivation, and he was ignorant about everything. How could he have thought about determining his future path? Therefore he asked, "What do you think, sect leader?" Elder Tang stroked his beard and said, "Your physique isn't strong and you don't have any special talent, so you're not suitable for body cultivation. Your 5 elements are mainly fire and metal, and ghost cultivation and medical cultivation aren't suitable either. What's left is only weapon cultivation, magical cultivation, and external cultivation. Speaking of external cultivation, every cultivator more or less knows some methods of external cultivation. Therefore, you can treat it as a kind of auxiliary path, and you don't have to specialize in it. Lu Yi understood. In other words, the only paths that are suitable for this disciple are weapon cultivation and magical cultivation. That's right. Then which path do you take, sect leader? Lu Yi asked curiously. Elder Tang chuckled. This old man is a magical cultivator, so you don't have to imitate me. Determining the path you want to take is a gradual process, and you need to ask your own heart. This old man is asking you this now to give you a concept, not to make you make a choice in a hurry. When you returned to Ao Mountain, Lu Yi was listening to the sect leader's teachings when he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Immediately after, a deafening explosion sounded. As his vision spun, he saw a ball of flames burning in the air from the corner of his eyes. He looked carefully and found that it was a chariot that was burning. The chariot had suffered some kind of attack, and it had been torn apart. The 2 horses that were pulling it were also torn apart and scattered on the ground. Lu Yi shook his head. He felt that the burning chariot was exactly the same as the one he had been in before. He suddenly realized that it was the same chariot that he and the sect leader had been in, but it had suffered an inexplicable attack. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been taken away from the chariot by the sect leader and was floating in the air. The sect leader's body was emitting a bright light that wrapped around him. He formed a seal with one hand and looked around coldly with an extremely solemn expression. Chapter 26. It was a sneak attack. Although Lu Ye's head was dizzy, he soon figured out the truth of the matter and couldn't help but feel nervous. He was now just a 3-apertured cultivator. How could he deal with such a situation? From a hill below, a yellow light soared into the sky and attacked the sect master and Lu Ye's position. The yellow light was like a pillar and was extremely fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. The sect master's hair and beard stood up and his clothes fluttered. He quickly drew a circle in front of him with one hand, and spiritual power surged at his fingertips. A spiritual power barrier visible to the naked eye immediately formed. The barrier was circular and blocked the sect master and Lu Yi behind it. Inside the barrier were countless exquisite runes that swam like tadpoles. There was a boom. The yellow light hit the barrier and was firmly blocked. However, the yellow light spewed out like a fountain and continued to bombard the barrier. The sect master's eyes widened in anger, and he spat out spiritual power from his palms to maintain the spiritual power barrier in a stalemate with the yellow light. Lu Yi had never seen such a magical battle scene and was stunned for a moment. Just as the yellow light and the spiritual power barrier were in a stalemate, there was a loud bang from the ground on the other side. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a burly figure like an iron tower soaring into the sky and pouncing toward them. Below the figure, the rocks on a small hill were shattered, obviously by that person. The person who pounced over was shrouded in a blood-red light, as if his blood chi was evaporating, looking extremely fierce. At this time, the sect master was casting a spell to wrestle with the yellow light. The burly cultivator obviously wanted to seize this opportunity to rush forward. He was extremely fast, and in an instant he was 300 feet in front of the sect master. The sect master changed the spell in his hand, and the spiritual power barrier that was wrestling with the yellow light immediately changed direction. The yellow light hit the spiritual power barrier, but the smooth mirror-like barrier changed the trajectory of the attack and turned toward the burly figure. The burly figure obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen. When he saw the yellow light rushing toward him, it was too late to dodge. He could only roar and block with his arms in front of him. The next moment, the burly figure was enveloped by the yellow light. The impact caused him to stagger, and his flesh emitted a burnt smell. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi almost couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Although he couldn't see the danger of this short battle with his eyesight, the sect master's move was like the stars moving around. It was truly a feat of lifting something heavy as if it was light, and it was incomparably exquisite. However, he was immediately enveloped by a great sense of horror. His entire body instantly turned cold, as if even the blood in his body had frozen. Before he could figure out what had happened, the dean let out a muffled groan. Lu Ye's eyes were filled with a bloody light, and the smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. After a moment of dizziness, he came back to his senses and looked down. He was shocked. This was because there was a foot-long wound on the sect leader's abdomen. The flesh and blood around the wound were curled up, and at the edge of the wound there were traces of green things that were wriggling around like maggots. He had no idea when the sect leader had been injured or who had injured him. At this time, the sect leader's spiritual chi surged, and he quickly fled in a certain direction. The wind whistled in his ears, but with the sect leader's spiritual chi protecting him, Lu Yi didn't have to worry. Only now did he see how many people had attacked the sect leader. One of them was the burly figure he had seen before, and the other was a thin man. He should be the one who had released the yellow light. During the pursuit, he was constantly casting spells to disturb the sect leader, but fortunately, the sect leader resolved them one by one. No, there was a third person. In the air behind the sect leader, there was a faintly discernible figure chasing after him. The figure was like a ghost and couldn't be seen clearly, but from the slim figure it should be a woman. Every time her figure appeared, she was closer to the sect leader. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape. The thin man's spiritual chi had greatly interfered with the sect leader's speed. Not to mention the sect leader was injured. At this moment, how could Lu Yi not understand that the sect leader had been injured by the woman with the fleeting figure? The three of them had a clear division of labor. The thin man who had cast the spiritual chi took the sect leader's energy. The burly man attracted the sect leader's attention, and the real killer was the woman hiding in the dark. However, they seemed to have underestimated the sect leader's strength. The sect leader actually dodged their carefully planned attack and even had the strength to protect Lu Ye's safety. The current situation was obviously unfavorable for the sect leader. If he was alone, even if he couldn't defeat the three of them, he could still escape. This was the Haotian Alliance's territory. As long as he could hold on for a while, someone would come to support him. When he was ambushed just now, he had already sent out a message. However, he still had to take care of Lu Yi, so he couldn't use his full strength. If this continued, he would be surrounded by the three people in less than 10 breaths. When the battle started, Lu Yi would definitely die. When cultivators of their level fought, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to withstand the aftermath. The only reason Lu Yi was safe and sound was because of the sect leader's protection. At this point, he could only take a gamble. After making up his mind, the sect leader said, "Lu Yi, have you heard of the spiritual stream battlefield?" Lu Yi hurriedly said no. He didn't know why the sect leader suddenly asked this when he was fleeing, but he had never heard of the spiritual stream battlefield. He knew too little about this world. Then there's nothing I can do about it. The sect leader sighed. As he fled, he took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Then he took out a large seal. The seal was square and pure white. It was unknown what material it was made of, but there was a spiritual light flowing on it. At first glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary item. He shouted, "The 10th sect leader of the Jade Blood Sect, Tang Yifeng, respectfully requests Heaven's Secrets to accept Lu Yi from the War Province as an official disciple of the Jade Blood Sect. Heaven's Secrets bears witness." With that, the sect leader spat out a mouthful of blood mist on the seal. The seal, which was already shining with spiritual light, became even more brilliant. It was as if something had descended from the sky and landed on the seal. "Stretch out your hand," the sect leader shouted. Lu Yi hurriedly stretched out his hand. The sect leader raised the seal and pressed it on the back of his hand. With a bang, Lu Yi felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he immediately felt dizzy. "Live, I'll send someone to find you." The sect leader's voice rang in Lu Ye's ears. At the same time, Lu Yi felt the sect leader stuff something into his chest. Seeing this scene, The three people chasing from behind became even more urgent. The thin man's hand constantly shot out large and small yellow light pillars, hitting the sect leader to dodge. Using this as a distraction, the ghostly woman's figure quickly closed in on the sect leader, and it looked like she was about to attack. At that moment, the sect leader's figure suddenly fell down and landed in a mountain field. The mountain field was barren and overgrown with weeds, but the sect leader seemed to be very familiar with this place. He accurately found a dilapidated hall among the tall weeds. With a wave of his sleeve, the weeds flew away, revealing the hall's true appearance. When he saw the hall, the thin man's face sank. "Stop him!" The three of them had been silently chasing after the sect leader, looking as if they wanted to kill him. But when they saw the hall, they panicked. Chapter 27. With an angry shout, the thin man, who was proficient in spells, changed his hand seals and cast exquisite spells. The burly man moved like thunder, his momentum awe-inspiring, and the slim woman's figure was still faintly discernible. In the blink of an eye, the three of them formed an encirclement and rushed towards the sect leader and Lu Yi. With a flip of the sect leader's palm, small flags appeared out of thin air, and he shouted, "Go!" The small flags flew in all directions and disappeared into the void. "Rise!" The sect leader shouted again, and the spirit power around him surged. In an instant, a transparent light curtain covered the main hall in a semicircle, and on the light curtain, mysterious spirit patterns flowed and swam. The spell cast by the thin man blasted on the light curtain, causing it to ripple. The burly man's figure crashed into it, and a few of the spirit patterns on the light curtain immediately shattered. The faintly discernible woman's figure was also revealed. Her face and hands were full of strange patterns, covering her original appearance, making her look like a ghost. She held a snake-like dagger in her hand and slashed it fiercely, causing more spirit patterns to shatter. Formation! The thin man's eyes narrowed. The intelligence did not say that Tang Yifeng was proficient in formations, but seeing the speed at which he set up the formation, he had undoubtedly grasped the essence of formations. 3 breaths! The burly man shouted, meaning that he could break the formation within 3 breaths. After all, this was a formation set up by the sect leader in a hurry. It was already an amazing achievement to be able to block 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level for 3 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man's chi sank into his dantian, and he slowly punched out. It seemed to be extremely slow, but as he punched out, his arm continued to swell and thicken. Inside the formation, the sect leader did not pay attention to the 3 people outside. Instead, he grabbed Lu Yi and went to the center of the dilapidated main hall, where there was a crystal-like thing as tall as a person and as thick as a bucket. "Put your hand on it and urge your spirit power," the sect leader shouted. Although Lu Yi did not know the purpose of doing this, he understood that the sect leader would not harm him, so he hurriedly did as he was told. Just as he put his palm on the crystal pillar and urged his spirit power, the figure of the sect leader standing in front of him suddenly began to blur. He could not help but feel that he was getting farther and farther away from this world. After you enter, find a place to hide immediately. You must survive. Also, don't tell anyone that you are a disciple of the Blue Blood sect. The sect master looked at him, his eyes filled with guilt. Lu Yi opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't hear his own voice at all. The sect leader's figure in front of him grew more and more blurry, and even the world around him became blurry. When he came back to his senses, the sect leader was nowhere to be seen. Even his position had changed. Crack! When the array was broken, the burly man rushed towards the headmaster with great momentum. He punched out and thought to himself, "I got it." In the next moment, a violent shockwave swept out, and the dilapidated hall turned into ruins. Only the crystal pillar remained unscathed. The burly man's pupils constricted. He stared at the faction leader, whose clothes had been torn to shreds. His muscles were well defined, and he caught his fist with one hand. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. How is this possible? Everyone knew that Tang Yifeng of the Jade Blood Sect was a Dharma cultivator, but now it seemed that he was not a Dharma cultivator. This was clearly an individual cultivator. Moreover, the cultivation that Tang Yifeng displayed at this moment was definitely not as simple as the information said. Mission failed. The information was wrong. Retreat. The thin man who was proficient in Dharma spells shouted. The slim woman who had already rushed to the sect master's side did not hesitate at all and quickly retreated. The mission target was gone, so it was obviously not worthwhile to fight to the death with Tang Yifeng. Crack! Accompanied by a muffled groan, the fist in the palm of the headmaster's hand had a few bones broken. The tall and sturdy man was unyielding and did not cry out. However, in the next moment, a fist came from a direction he did not expect and fiercely smashed into his chin. The burly man soared into the sky, seeing stars in front of his eyes. You want to leave after stroking the tiger's whiskers. The sect master's eyes drooped. As he spoke, he had already appeared in midair and kicked out. With a bang, the slim woman who had already hidden herself and was fleeing into the distance was kicked out. She screamed miserably and fell towards the mountain peak below. The sect master raised his hand again, and a rope-like treasure flew out, rolling towards the thin man. A moment ago, in the cabin of the flying dragon ship, Pang Zhen sat upright while a chubby figure knelt in front of him. It was Pang Dehai. This guy pinched his ears with both hands and had a pitiful expression. Pang Zhen slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! Do you know what you've done?" Pang Dehai said with grievance, "Didn't I just give Liu Ye some pointers and let him choose Elder Tang's Jade Blood Sect? Then, do you know that this is against the rules of the Alliance?" Pang Zhen was even angrier. When Pang Dehai gave pointers to Liu Ye and Yu Shaodai, he did not hide it from others. Although others did not know what they were talking about, many people saw it. After the investigation, it was easy to find out that it was Pang Dehai. Over the years, Elder Tang had gone on many missions with the Haotian Alliance and rescued many enslaved people. However, those who had the aptitude and talent for cultivation rarely chose the Jade Blood Sect when they finally had to choose a sect, not to mention choosing it alone. This time there was an exception. Pang Zhen felt that something was amiss. Was there someone secretly giving pointers? In the end, when he investigated, he found out that it was one of his own. What should we do then? Uncle, why don't you do it according to the Alliance's rules? Pang Dehai looked at Pang Zhen and blinked his small eyes. You bastard, if it weren't for your mother, I'd slap you. Pang Zhen raised his hand as he spoke. Pang Dehai could not help but shrink his neck. When he saw that Pang Zhen's slap did not land, he laughed again. Looking at Pang Dehai's mischievous smile, Pang Zhen was even more enraged. After being angry for a while, he said, "Fortunately, you know your limits. That boy only has the talent of a one-leaf cultivator. He won't achieve much in the future. According to Elder Tang, he'll find an opportunity to send him to another sect to cultivate. I hope he won't cause any trouble." Pang Dehai frowned and said, "Uncle, Jade Blood Sect hasn't taken in any disciples for 30 years. If they don't, according to the Alliance's rules, the entire sect will be abolished. Elder Tang and Senior Sister Shui Yuan are good people. I couldn't stand it. That's why I gave Liu Ye pointers. But, Uncle, what happened back then? Why did those people suppress the Jade Blood Sect to this extent? Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Remember, this is a deep matter. It's not something a Cloud River tier cultivator like you can meddle in. Don't act on your own in the future. Understood?" Pang Dehai hurriedly replied. He knew that this calamity was over, and he slowly stood up from the ground. "Who allowed you to stand up?" Pang Zhen looked up. Plop! Pang Dehai knelt down without hesitation. Pang Zhen looked at him in annoyance. He was about to reprimand him when he suddenly frowned. He lowered his head and looked at the ring on his thumb. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. He stood up and hurriedly rushed out. After a few dozen breaths, a streak of light landed in the wilderness, revealing a figure. It was Pang Zhen who had rushed over. After receiving Elder Tang's message, he did not delay at all. Looking around, the wilderness was a mess. There were traces of a great battle everywhere. The corpse of a burly man lay on the side. There was a large hole in his chest. It seemed that he had been punched to death. On the other side, there was a woman whose face was covered in ghostly tattoos. Her body was twisted and folded, and she was embedded in a mountain wall. There was also another person who had been stepped on by Elder Tang. His head was shattered, and his brain matter was splattered all over the ground. Elder Tang's upper body was bare. Air waves rolled around his body, and spiritual power surged. The corners of Pang Zhen's eyes twitched.